All right, we're back. We're back. This is Joshua Kemble's live stream, episode 235. I am an illustrator and graphic designer. I've been doing that for about 20 years. I've been an art director for about 7. And when I'm not art directing or doing graphic design and illustration for clients, I'm working on graphic novels like Two Stories, which is my graphic novel that talks about my journey learning how to navigate depression and caregiving for somebody with panic disorder, with the overall objective of destigmatizing conversations about mental health. And that is available at bookstores everywhere. So make sure you've gotten Two Stories. On top of that, I also have done a book called Jacob's Apartment, which is a graphic novel illustrated and written by me that talks about 2 roommates that are kind of going through a tumultuous time in their early 20s and are kind of seeking meaning and trying to kind of figure out faith and early love. And it's a book that's kind of like if you took Eternal Sunshine for the Spotless Mind, put it in a blender with Ghost World, then you would have Jacob's Apartment. And Frank Salazar just joined us in the chat. So awesome. So yeah, so during tonight's stream, I'm going to work on page 70. And that's a good point, Frank. Frank said, I have 2 of your stories. And then Philip said, next debate, are birds real? Well, we're not done with the flat earth debate. I'm going to watch some of that while we work tonight. So part 2 right now, because it was super entertaining for me to listen to. So we're going to put on a little more of that while we work. So my objective tonight is going to be to try to at least tone the rest of page 70 of Not Death But Love, the Strange Supernatural Story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, which is a historical fiction graphic novel that talks about the famous Victorian poet Elizabeth Barrett Browning and her documented interest in seances and spiritualism, as well as her kind of journey and search to try to contact her long passed away brother. And it's a really intriguing, interesting story. I'm loving it so much. Frank said, I missed a flat earth debate. Well, you missed part 1, but you're going to see part 2 now. So we were watching a modern day debate. It's one of my favorite kind of debate channels to like every once in a while listen to in the background while I work. And I thought it might be fun to kind of listen and comment on it on stream while I work on comics. And so that's what we were doing. It got a little rowdy and fun. And we're going to get into part 2 of that. So we'll go to our camera, and then probably once I've finished, the goal I'm going to set for myself is I need to complete the shading and value on, Frank said, was there a fool trying to say the earth isn't flat? Yeah, it gets interesting. I will tell you, the person arguing the flat earth very much has that kind of attitude of like, you fool, clearly it's flat, which makes it interesting and entertaining. It's like hubris. Like, I think the more kind of cocky somebody is about an outlandish viewpoint, the more entertaining it is. Anyhow, so we're going to watch a little bit of that and work on toning page 70. I'm going to try to tone panels 1 and 2. I'm almost done with panel 1 and 2. And once we get 2 panels toned, then we'll probably break and take a quick game of Risk. I will be playing trailers for my 2 books throughout the stream as well. And we're going to just get into it. So if you guys are drawing, get out your drawing supplies. Get your creativity on. This stuff's great to have in the background while you're working. And we'll hang out, and like the Marvel bullpen back in the day, we can all be in the bullpen. There's literal proof. I present these emojis as proof, and they are flat, those emojis, I gotta say. Okay. Are you guys ready? So you'll notice my stream's a little adjusted. I've moved my head over a little bit so that when we watch the modern day debate from DebateCon between Mark Reed, who is arguing for the round earth, and this guy Austin Witsit Gets It, who's arguing for the flat side. And so far Mark has made really salient points and managed to kind of hold his cool. And Austin's been doing these like kind of debate tactics of like, hey, calm down there, buddy. And the guy's like, I'm not like I'm not upset. And then he's like, look, clearly you don't understand the model. This is the Austin guy. I'm just recapping previously on Joshua Kimble's live stream. That's what we were watching. So we're going to watch a little more of that. And what you're going to see over here, like kind of toward the middle over here, is basically the comic work I'm going to be working on. Again, let me zoom out of the page so you guys can kind of see what I am working on. So I'm going to try to finish toning panel 1 and tone panel 2, and then I will allow myself a round of Risk. So if you guys aren't fans of the Risk streams, you got a good amount of art content before the Risk, and then there will be a good amount of art content after the Risk as well. So here we go. And then, yeah, Frank's got a good point. Get out your magic markers and paper and start drawing. I agree. Get your tools, your supplies. Let's draw together. Let's create together. All right, here we go. And we're going to listen to more of this crazy debate. So we got about 35 minutes in. We're going to listen to some more. It's very entertaining, I got to say. All right, here we go. I forgot to make that. So this Austin guy is also just like telling this Mark guy, like anytime he makes a valid point, he's like, "You're just Googling," which is again, it's kind of funny and interesting. Oh, and then Frank was saying, "Phil, hi," and he asked how the weather is in Canada. That's a good point, Philip. If this is a flat Earth, does the weather in Canada differ, or do we just get the same weather? How do weather patterns work? Be interesting. Anyhow, let's continue. So you guys, this is the thing. If you're ever just making a wild claim, you're like, okay, it's solarium data, anti-corpuscular rays. Okay. Solarium data, anti-corpuscular rays. Okay, continue. Oh, you guys can't hear the audio? That's interesting. Okay, so Adam was saying there's no audio. Okay, let's see if we can fix that. Yeah, Frank was saying I prefer to hear Josh breathe. Okay, let me stop this and let me try that screen share again. Because it was working before. So let's see if this will work. I apologize. That was so exciting too. Let's see here. Okay. Let's do Window. Here we go. Okay. Can you guys see that okay? Now let me know if you can. We'll back it up a little bit to like 30, which I think is where we were. And then let me know if you guys can hear it now. Okay.
270 degrees. And what's really telling is you can't give any kind of
can you guys hear that? I need to know in chat before I keep playing it.
Fixational points or any kind of calculation under the azimuthal.
Can you guys hear that? I'm going to have to just wait. Okay, cool. Philip said there we go. Okay, cool. So here's where we left off. I apologize for the audio not sharing.
Division in order to calculate that 270 degree angle of deviance from straight line would actually happen.
Yes, we can. It's all built into the model.
Go for
and
it.
I even explained to you that within your own model, we have 180 degree anti-crepuscular rays that your model has to explain. So if the sun goes under the horizon of the Earth, and as it's going under the horizon, I see anti-crepuscular rays 180 degrees the other way. How does that work on the globe, Mark?
Well, we don't see anti-crepuscular waves coming in the other
Frank
direction.
said, okay, now I can go on a walk and listen.
Because it's not a 270 degree field of view. It's not. What it is you're seeing the rays come. Where does the rays come from?
They come from all over, and at times
no.
From 180
when you put the sun behind you and the rays are coming up, where are the rays? Are they coming from in front of you?
See how you just didn't ask the question? Now you're asking me questions. So on your model, the sun goes below the horizon. Okay. And if I'm looking at the sun go below the horizon because it looks like it's moving, but it's not, and we're falling backwards and it makes the sun look like it's moving, and then it goes behind the curve of the Earth, like you believe, then why do I see the anti-crepuscular rays directly behind me? That's the question.
You don't.
We do. So you're just saying, nuh-uh?
No, it's just you see them coming from under, like where the sun has gone behind the horizon.
Incorrect.
Yes, you do, Austin.
Okay, you're wrong, and you need to research it. So if I'm right,
so
are you saying
nuh-uh
that
is your response?
No, you said nuh-uh. Everyone can.
The old 180 degree anti-crepuscular waves argument. So, Philip said, I gotta make another cup of tea. I'll be back before you can say anti-disestablishmentarianism, which I am terrible at saying. Thank you for typing that and making me have to read it. Yeah. So I love the idea of like, I think I mentioned this last time. We might be recapping a little bit from the previous stream, but it's like, to me, it's really suspicious when somebody's like, you need to do the research. Like that's a big red flag that you might be dealing with like a conspiracy. Because again, like, you know, I would think if you're, I don't know. I feel like nobody's a perfect expert on discussing everything, but you should be able to give like a roundabout idea of like what you believe. If you don't know, like that's kind of a problem, and especially if you have to resort to like, we'll do the research, you know. Okay.
You can Google it right now, and they're going to know live time I'm right. So are you saying that if anti-crepuscular rays show up somewhere other than the location of the sun, it debunks the globe?
No, I did not say that.
How would it work on a globe?
What I'm saying is that when the sun goes behind the horizon, you do not see the rays originating from the other direction, Austin. It gets dark over there.
You thought you were slick by saying originating, but we see anti-crepuscular rays without seeing the originating source. We see the rays that appear to diverge from a singular point, all in the sky, different places, and sometimes we see them directly 180 degrees. How would that work on the globe?
That is so dishonest because what we are talking...
You know what I'm going to call this? I'm going to call this like insane clown posse logic. I don't know if you guys have ever heard that song where it's like, magnets, how do they work? It's like, anyhow, sorry, let's continue.
Talking about is the location of the star, which is the origin point of the light. So when you're saying anti-crepuscular rays, you can see them behind you. You are saying, in trying to be analogous with those stars, that they are originating from behind you, which they don't. You are basically making a false analogy and trying to say because rays travel and diffuse all over the place as anti-crepuscular rays, that they originate from where the light is. No,
like
they don't,
Googling
Austin.
it or something. You're like lifetime
Is
Googling
this
it.
like Ryan? I just got to check. Is this my question time or is this his question time? Like seriously,
you're clearly Googling it.
What seems to have happened is you guys
Austin, you are so dishonest. Anti-crepuscular rays do not originate. These stars, their origin point of the light is in the southern circumpolar stars. The origin of their light is around that pole and around the North Pole. You are absolutely not giving any information about it and hand waving it away with anti-crepuscular rays. No, the two things are not even similar. You're making excuses.
Well, if you would have been able to articulate a coherent answer in response to the question, then it would have connected. But
provide
your
calculations.
Provide
your calculations. Provide your
okay,
calculations.
I dropped the model in the chat. I'm pretty sure. Let me double check. Okay, here's
the
model in the chat.
Why don't you know this? I thought you were an expert on
here's
this.
The model
Austin,
in the chat.
I thought you were an expert.
I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, and it changes for every. It's stellarium data. Okay, but the point is that
stellarium data.
If
you guys,
you could answer the question, you'd understand the relevance, which is that even on the globe Earth model, right, in order to explain things like anti-crepuscular rays, we have to invoke a circular limit of vision that causes the optical illusion of anti-crepuscular rays. Now, if we have an azimuthal grid of vision that causes the illusion of anti-crepuscular rays, even for the globe Earth to be able to explain them, then you cannot hand wave, dismiss, and deny azimuthal grid of vision. Now, you didn't, but what you don't seem to realize is if you accept that, which you have to, then we have an azimuthal grid of vision on a plane Earth as well. And now it explains all celestial phenomena, including the equinox, the direction of the sun and the moon rise.
Frank was saying, is Google illegal to use in debate? It's part of research. How did Austin get his data? Well, I mean, to be fair, like it would be weird if somebody's like live Googling during a debate. However, here's the problem. And I said this on the last stream, Frank, I don't know if you were watching the previous one. I think you mentioned you didn't, so which is cool. But just to recap, even before watching this, I was like, I kind of empathize with the person who's taking on debating a conspiracy theorist because it's an almost impossible task. You'll even see with this where it's like they use a lot of jargon that's semi-scientific and kind of rely on the fact that you're not going to know every single term that they're going to use. So when they kind of gish gallop and use like so many terms that like one person isn't going to know, and unless they're confronted with somebody who's done like just a crap load of research, knows every single term they're going to come at them with, they can just kind of gish gallop through the debate and kind of sort of appear like they're making a point. And then also like the whole kind of cocky attitude they'll come at it with too. So it makes it a very difficult conversation, I think, to have a conversation with somebody who's a conspiracist, because, and I think that I mentioned this at the beginning, but Mark did a really good job at the beginning of this debate by like focusing on like I think he had 3 points, which you'll notice that Austin is just diverted all over the place. And that tends to be kind of the conspiracy method where it's like they can't target 3 basic points, so they will scattershot and kind of hope that you don't notice. And so Mark did a really good job at the beginning, kind of trying to focus on only 3 points and be like, hey, can you explain these 3 things? And that was it. And I don't think Austin has really addressed those except for like kind of being like using kind of jargon and not particularly targeting the topic, and then acting very cockily like he very clearly explained it. And so Mark's in a tough position. Anyone in that position, it's a really frustrating task. Just if you want to try it, just at some point argue with somebody who's a conspiracy theorist and see how well it goes. It's a tough one. So anyhow, I think Mark's holding up okay, but yeah, the whole Google thing I think was just Austin again, just kind of like trying to kind of get in a little a little pot shot like while he could.
Eyes and set and all the positions of the stars and the southern star trails. It explains
everything, guys.
No, it doesn't,
Anti-crepuscular
because
laser.
you can't even create you can't even give any kind of calculations or any kind of evidence that this would actually happen, that you would look one direction, you would look south. And this is, ladies and gentlemen, this is what Austin is saying, that you look south, your vision goes 270 degrees behind you.
Yeah, that
and
doesn't
you
make any
see
sense.
stars from a different direction while you're looking in one direction. I mean, how gullible does Austin think you are? Like, this is ridiculous. And then he's trying to say, oh, but if you look that way, you'll see the stars up there, but you won't see the specific stars that you're not supposed to see. And the way that this is bending things is just incredible. He's got no evidence for this at all. It's all just claims and doing a model which is as bent and crooked as he is.
And this is what's so funny. That's called ad hominems, because you didn't make a substantive argument, but you can't. It's okay. But
yeah. Okay, so that's funny. So Austin, who's been just chucking ad homs left and right this entire time, being like, oh, you're Googling that, which he had no evidence of. It didn't actually look like Mark was doing that. Or being like, I'm sorry, are you too dumb to read the model? Let's go over it again. It's like the whole time he's been really condescending and just ad homing the hell out of Mark, this guy Mark, and now he is like offended that like Mark made a salient point and it was a little ad hommy, which I'll give him credit, it was, but I mean, come on, if you're gonna dish it out, you got to be willing to take it, right?
You said that I was lying. You said I was lying by claiming.
What we can do here is,
agreed, Thomas.
Where we've gotten into a bit of open discussion.
Don't cast pearls before swine, I think is the
about your model. We can shift gears here, and we'll let Austin kind of take the reins and ask the questions about your opening arguments there. And you're more than welcome to share your screen again and whatever graphs you might want to specifically address. That's fine with me.
Will they actually?
I gotta address this stuff. So like, it's not me.
Okay, notice like they aren't gonna actually get to questions. I have a feeling. And I've seen this happen in debates before. I have a really weird feeling that he's gonna gish gallop the whole way through the questions to just kind of scattershot more conspiratorial stuff. So let's see how that goes. Let's see if he lives up to my expectations. Go for it, Austin. Make me proud.
Me lying or thinking people are gullible to say that the light can be perceived to be optically bending due to vision in curved space, because even on the globe Earth, if the sun is going down away from me straight ahead, but I can see anti-crepuscular rays behind me, then that means you have to invoke the same thing. I've said that 5 times. So the only person pretending the audience is gullible is if you convincingly enough gaslight the other person, somehow your point becomes true. Okay, so we can shift to whatever.
It would be seeing the sun behind you. If you're basically arguing that you look one direction and see the sun behind you when it's setting over the other side, it's ridiculous.
Never said that.
Well, that's what you're implying.
All right, so
okay, you'll get
move into some focus questions here. So, Austin, if you could ask him a question about his model there.
Sure.
And then we'll give him up to a minute to
This is entertaining, though. I got to give him credit.
Okay.
Cool. So if we have a 3-meter tall antenna, so roughly 10 feet, and I shoot a horizontal line of sight, high frequency, ground wave propagation, radio
That's not about my opening. Ryan, that's not about my opening at all.
Well, it is his chance.
If he just wants to ask random questions about radio waves, I can. So, all right.
Well, we'll see.
Go on. Ask a question.
Yeah, Adam was saying he looked up anti-crepuscular rays, and actually kind of interesting. There's sun rays that appear to coverage to a point at the opposite side of the sun. Yeah, and again, it's like it's kind of, this is why it's frustrating to debate or discuss things with a conspiracy theorist, because there's perfect explanations for that with the way that light travels and the way that light refracts in an atmosphere. And unfortunately, it's like for an artist, I don't think it's hard to imagine, because we deal with light and shadow all the time. We deal with reflected light. So I can understand, if I have light hitting me here, right? but I hold an object back here and it's, let's say, like a white object, and I hold it close to me, you're going to actually see reflected light, right? Now, the reflected light itself isn't the light source, right? The light source is still the light that's over here. The reflected light is coming from interference of like a color that it's hitting and then bouncing back. And like, that's kind of how the atmosphere works. So for an artist to understand light and how light works, like at least visually kind of have a good picture of it, like to me, that's not hard to understand. But for a flat earther to like even talk about the way light travels, I mean, this is a person who doesn't think the electromagnetic field exists in the way that we do. They don't think that there's levels to the earth. They have weird explanations for what volcanoes are. Like so all of science is kind of thrown out of the window. And so it's like something like that to them is like a proof, instead of it just being like a scientific phenomenon that's like kind of explicable by the way light works. But anyhow, yeah, it's like if I shined a flashlight on you and you're standing in front of like a white wall, and I'm like, hey, if I'm showing a light and it's facing you, how come there's light coming from that wall? Like, there isn't light coming from the wall. But that's basically the premise of what he's trying to say, is like that the origin of it somehow is behind the person, which is insane. So anyhow, let's continue.
If it can come full circle, that's fine.
Sure.
As long as it is relating to what was part of Mark's
Okay,
opening.
sure.
Oh yeah, in Mark's opening, he claimed the Earth was a globe, and what that means is that the Earth is curving. And so I'm asking how that's the case if I have a 10-foot tall antenna and I shoot a radio transmission.
Yeah, this is weird. He mentioned this at the beginning, and I have no idea if Mark's going to get into this, but from what I understand of, there's like 2 different radio transmissions that I can remember. And I know one of them, like the longer range radio transmitters, like send out a signal that actually kind of cones out. So it doesn't stay like horizontal, it like cones out. So if you think of like a triangle, right, originating here, and if you think of it over a ball, right, like it's going to be able to reach around curves of the earth that, you know, this guy's going to claim it can't. He did at the beginning, and it didn't make sense. If you've ever looked into radio transmitting, it just didn't make any sense. But let's see him get into it and see if Mark touches on that.
500 miles that can't bounce off the ionosphere, and it's a horizontal line of sight. There should be 30 miles of Earth curvature blocking the horizontal transmission.
What?
How am I able to receive it from 500 miles away?
Yes, so it's because of long wave radiation. Do you know how long wave radiation works?
Well, I know you just Googled it, so please enlighten me.
I didn't just Google it. I was just checking on something.
Yes,
like, you know, I want to make sure I'm giving the right information, unlike you. So that's called a ad hominem. You might recognize that, Austin. So basically,
I like that callback.
Long wave
Nicely done,
radiation
Mark.
diffuses as it goes, so it broadens as it goes. Basically, this is how long wave radiation works. And if you knew anything about radio transmission,
yeah, Adam was saying Austin's tone of voice is so funny, so condescending. That's what makes it fascinating, like to me, to watch some of these things, especially when somebody takes like a really absurd position, when they're so like confident and cocky about it. It makes it very entertaining, I have to admit.
you would know this. So as it travels, it broadens and therefore can hit a much larger spectrum than shortwave radiation, which is very tight bandwidth. Do you understand?
That doesn't actually explain how the horizontal transmission can
It
go
does.
physically through physical obstruction. It diffusing and widening out doesn't explain how it would horizontally propagate through 30 miles of vertical obstruction.
It doesn't propagate through it. It travels and then it broadens out.
Yeah.
So when the Earth curves, it travels and broadens out. Do you understand?
I understand that you don't comprehend that doesn't actually fix the problem, because if it broadens out, the Earth's curvature still blocks the bottom part of the waves. So the top part of the waves are just going to keep going up. You have 30 miles blocking the horizontal propagation.
I want to go back to this moment. I have had this moment talking to conspiracy theorists. I want to find it. Was it here?
Can't bounce off the ionosphere, and it's a horizontal line of sight.
Oh wait, okay, it's a little
You
forward.
just said.
Come on. Oh no, we got an ad. Hang on. Okay.
You just said.
No.
Oh, really? Oh, just everybody misheard for some reason. No,
Oh, just you.
no. Oh, really?
You want me to repeat
So
what
I
I said?
said, if it's partially blocked, is it untransmissible? And you said yes.
Wrong.
Is that
I
okay?
said
So what
it's-
did you say?
I'll say it word for word. I said it's not receivable on the ground from 800 kilometers away.
Yes, it is.
You want me
That's
to
how
tell you
wave
what-
propagation works.
Really? You want me to tell you how the
Yeah.
Globe Earth's official answer is?
An ad about hominins.
No, not really. I
Yeah.
don't care.
Oh, you don't
Like,
even want to know.
Austin,
I thought
you
didn't
just
wanna
want to
mislead people.
straw man. That's all you're trying to do. You're just straw manning is what.
So sorry, I'm not quite an expert at like navigating this. The moment I was trying to freeze frame was when Mark was just like this, where he's just like, I don't even know how to like. Anyhow, I empathize. Careful, guys. It's like opening a bottle of, or I don't know, opening something that's going to explode.
You're doing.
Debating.
That's all you're doing. Now,
plans-
do you have a question, or are you just going to sit there and rant some more?
You didn't answer the
Do you have a
question. This
question?
debunks the
I
globe.
answered the question. You just don't like the answer. What is your next question?
Wait, how does dispersal explain it if there's 30 miles of Earth curvature blocking the horizontal propagation? If it
That's what
disperses
long wave
out,
radiation does.
Just
long
to
wave
interrupt you,
radiation.
I'm so sorry,
Like
gentlemen.
seriously.
Mark, if we could just let him ask his question there, and once he's finished asking, if we could give Mark up to a minute to answer, that would be good. Just without any interruptions. If you could. ask the
Wow,
question, Austin,
okay.
And then we'll let you answer it in full, there, Mark. Okay.
For Mark.
so if it's dispersing out, right? Like the idea is that it's widening. Now, all radio wave propagation works like that. It all widens. Okay. But if you have 30 miles of Earth curvature blocking the horizontal propagation, well, you have 30 miles of that transmission blocked. Okay. So yes, it's going to widen out from the second it leaves its antenna. That's how radio waves work. But you have 30 miles that's going to obstruct the radio transmission. So if I come over here on the other side of that
That's not-
30 vertical miles, right? There's going to be 30 miles that
is this
have
a
been blo-
question or is this a statement? Because he's not answering a question.
Good
He's
point.
trying to censor me,
Mark,
basically.
an example here. As long as
Okay.
You guys, why are you trying to censor Austin? He's telling the truth. He's telling the truth. Why is Mark trying to quiet him? He's afraid of the truth coming out. Just trying to censor it. Just trying to take him down a notch. Oh, big globe is powerful. Okay, let's continue.
do any
Okay.
question there. Austin,
Yeah,
if you-
Yeah, of course. That's what I'm saying. So like, okay, so it would still be blocking 30 miles of it. You would be on the other side of this 30 vertical miles of obstruction. So how would it dispersing and widening somehow answer how on the ground we can receive the radio transmission 800 kilometers away?
So for a start, it's not on the ground, it's a tower, and you gave the example of a tower yourself, so it does have some elevation. As it travels, it disperses, and you acknowledge this, so the curvature is not a problem. There is no problem with that, and that's how ground wave radiation works, radio waves work. The whole idea that this is a problem, really the problem is for flat Earth, because there is a limit to ground wave transmission, as though there isn't really one for, well, there is one for bouncing it off the ionosphere, but that is a much larger distance. So why, the question you should be asking yourself is, why does it end at all? Why is our distance ending at all? If this is just a flat plane with nothing in the way, and we know the attenuation rates and we know how far it takes for radio waves to drop off, why does it end at all? And Witsit doesn't want to address this, but it's just because of how long wave radiation works in its dispersal that the Earth's curvature is not a problem for it, because it does take that into account. And, Boston wants to hand wave it away and, get caught up on this, but that's essentially how it works.
Okay.
All right,
So
you wanna-
basically,
Oh, go ahead.
yeah.
I was going to say, if you want to ask another question there.
I just want to kind of address that. Like it's so like
So Austin is doing this like tactic, and more power to him if he can get away with it, I guess. But it's like this tactic where it's like, hey, it's questions, and he's literally just using it to extend debate time, which again, it's interesting. Let's do it.
he basically just said, he's insinuating that, well, why would it ever stop on a flat Earth? There should be nothing stopping it, which means he's insinuating that, well, since the Earth's a globe, it stops the radio waves. And that's why they can't go. But then he turns around and says that the ground Earth doesn't stop the radio waves from going super far. So he just blatantly contradicted himself. But the answer is not that it spreads out. That isn't the globe Earth answer. Okay. So if we send the radio wave, right? And then you ask, why wouldn't it go forever on a flat Earth? But then you brought up attenuation. So we have attenuation of radio waves. Attenuation is the absorption rate of the atmos. Okay. So signals get absorbed into the atmos. Topographical obstruction and attenuation is why we can't shoot radio waves infinitely.
Sorry, I forgot. They don't say atmosphere. Can we just pause for a minute and appreciate to be so committed that you don't say atmosphere, you say atmos. Just let that linger for a second. Okay, let's continue. I just realized that I hadn't even noticed that before, and now I kind of want to see more of these kind of debates and see how many of that community say atmos instead of atmosphere, because you cannot dare say sphere, right? Sphere would mean round. I didn't know that was a thing. I'm learning so much. I'm sorry. Okay, you guys. Man, it's crazy. I was driving and like it was rainy and it was just such a like heavy atmos, you know? Like I just couldn't believe the atmos. And I'm trying to add a lot of atmos to my pictures too. Like right now I'm shading and I really want to kind of give a little bit of atmos perspective. I didn't know that was a thing. I don't know. Let's just appreciate that for about, you know what? We needed like a moment of silence of atmos. Okay, let's continue.
Relative to their frequency, how high or low they are. Okay, and the higher frequencies don't go as far as the lower frequencies, typically speaking. And the attenuation is going to stop it. So we have something called a radio horizon. That's how far on an average it goes. And it's actually further than the geometric Earth horizon of the globe. The radio horizon is further than that. And we know that oftentimes, I'm almost done. That oftentimes it goes much further than the radio horizon. This is well known.
Yeah, so the reason why it goes much further than radio horizon is because we bounced it off the ionosphere. Whitsitt at the moment is basically, you know, he's meshing up skywave with ground wave and just sort of meshing up the two to try and get away from it. So radio waves, once it actually passes a certain amount of degrees of curvature, it cannot diffuse anymore. Like there is a blockage as of that point that Austin desperately wants to ignore. So I didn't contradict myself at all. What I'm saying is that it can diffuse to a certain angle around the Earth, and then it can't, because it cannot go back on itself like Austin's weird vision of seeing stars that are in the opposite direction. Yeah, attenuation is a thing, but there's nothing under the calculations of attenuation. And maybe you can give those calculations, attenuation calculations that are very well established in decibels, yes, that shows that it would pass, like it would attenuate before hitting, like, you know, 8,000, I think it was 8,000 miles you said was ground wave. Maybe you could give those calculations in decibels. Maybe give the attenuation rates over how strong the signal shall be over different distances to show that it wouldn't travel over flat Earth. Can you give those, Austin?
Radio wave attenuation. You think I have the equation memorized on the top of my head as you frantically Google to respond to everything I say off the top of my head? No, I don't know. The radio wave attenuation. I don't know the radio wave. I don't know the radio wave attenuation rate equation off the top of my head, nor do you. And if you know it right now, it's because you're looking down at a piece of paper continually. So I don't need to know what it is. It's a well-known fact. A well-known fact. Attenuation rate of. You didn't answer the question. It doesn't matter. The reason that things don't go infinitely far, which is an ignorant idea, is because radio waves attenuate. Right? We have an attenuation rate and topographical obstruction. It's called the skip zones. We have attenuation rate and topographical obstruction far beyond the curvature of the Earth.
Skip zones, attenuation, topographic, yeah.
Which is called the geometric horizon. We have something called the radio horizon, and it goes way further than the radio horizon off. We have beat this to death. Anyone that wants to actually research it can, you know. So if you want me to move on to another question.
I agree.
Austin's like, we beat this to death. Let's change the subject. Let's do this, even though I literally have been harping on this subject for a long time and you wouldn't bend and you made really good points, Mark. So let's change it now. People, do your own research.
I agree we beat it to death. I agree with that. We beat it to death.
You didn't answer. It's okay.
I never said infinitely far. That is a straw man, Austin. I never said infinitely far. And in fact, I was the one that brought up attenuation. So that's just a straw man.
Why does it stop at all?
The reason why I'm looking at a piece of paper is because I'm taking notes. Maybe you should as well. Don't know, because you keep misunderstanding
Boom.
and misrepresenting what I'm
Shots
saying.
fired.
So maybe you should be a bit more accurate and clarify.
You guys, Mark is just trying to shut down the truth. He's a tool of big sphere. Okay, let's continue.
What is the opponent's actually saying. But I do agree that we've beaten this to death. So maybe you can explain the boat going over the horizon. Maybe you can explain that one.
Did you hear my answer? What was my answer?
I did, yeah.
Thomas was saying skip zones have nothing to do with ground waves. Yeah, but that doesn't matter to a flat earther. They're going to mix everything. They literally will reach far, find any term that you may not know off the top of your head and kind of muddle it so that they can make their point and hopefully have it go unchallenged. If it does get challenged, then you say do your own research. It's all part of the big globe propaganda. All right, let's go.
Yeah.
Can you repeat it? You still man it?
Still man your answer?
Yeah.
That attenuation drops off over a distance and it cannot go infinitely far, which is a straw man of my position.
No. Well, you said like you should ask yourself on a flat Earth why it would ever stop at all. Okay, but I'm actually talking about the boat. You changed the subject to the boat, which is cool. We can move on. Brought up the boat. I said,
I think we should. This is going nowhere.
Okay,
really,
I agree.
What I asked was for your calculations of the attenuation rates, which you've been doing this for years, Austin. You should, you have been doing this for ages.
It is his chance to be mainly asking you questions. I don't mind a little back and forth here, but it is mainly his chance of asking questions where you did have almost 16 minutes of grilling him on his models there. So
sure.
I got to give credit to Mark's patience.
We keep addressing your model there. So with that, Austin, we'll kick it back to you.
Okay. So yeah, I think the ground wave and sky wave difference is very interesting. People should look into that because ground wave doesn't bounce off the atmosphere. Another question is, how come on the globe Earth, which claims that the magnetic field called the geomagnetic field, it comes from something called the geodynamo model, which originates around the core, specifically the outer core. Why does it predict symmetry of the magnetic field? But on the Earth, we see that the Earth's magnetic field actually is not symmetrical to such an extent that in the south,
I'll agree with the moderator.
Magnetic field being up to 35% weaker. So how does that work if on a sphere it should be entirely symmetrical?
What do you want?
Oh my goodness.
What a job that I don't hate.
Okay, sorry guys.
Yeah, so this is sort of just basically changing the topic. Topic is flat Earth. Do you think you could stick to the topic, please? This is sort of electrodynamics on a... So
I gotta say, I feel a little bad. I think Mark's a little annoyed at this point because I think he lost focus a little bit. And don't get me wrong, I think everything Austin has said so far is insane, but still, that's the hard part. It's like if you're in Mark's position, you have to kind of keep your cool, keep your calm, let the guy look like a lunatic. Don't fall into his trap, right? Because his trap is to have you get triggered and respond really angrily, and then he'll hopefully come out of it looking like the more sane, rational one. Don't fall for it, Mark.
On a globe Earth, which, I mean, kudos for coming up with a random, vague and sort of not associated with the topic at all. But do you think you could stick to the topic?
Well, I was asking about your model. That is the topic. Is it Earth a globe or is it flat?
What, dynamo model?
Yeah, that's the globe Earth model.
Yeah. So I'm aware that it's dynamo model. It's a iron core, and that is the best available model at the time for how it works. I know that there's fluctuations within the magnetosphere of the Earth, and that will lead to reversal upon occasion.
Am I crazy? This might just be me because I am not a smart guy, but from what I remember, the Earth isn't actually like a pure globe. I think that's the answer to this. And I don't know if Mark's aware of it. I'm pretty sure this has to do with why the magnetic field isn't perfectly symmetrical, because that model assumed a completely spherical Earth, and the Earth is like slightly off. It's not massively off, but it's actually like slightly ovular. It's just very barely so. And it's like it's barely noticeable. But I think that it's actually a little bit taller, and that has something to do with the pressure of like the gravitational force on the Earth like actually causes it to not be a perfect sphere, which is interesting. But I think that's one of the best explanations for why the magnetic field isn't perfectly symmetrical.
But you brought up some random topic, not even to do with flat Earth. So could you stick to flat Earth?
Well, this does have to do with the flat
No.
Earth.
Stick to flat Earth.
But Mark does
Stick
need to
flat
answer his
Earth.
question.
Joe, what's your
Good
question
emotion.
about flat
I'm
Earth?
just going to interject here.
Don't let him
we are
trigger
gonna
you,
move
Mark.
to
Just
the
answer his question.
cross-examination. We are good to maybe just wrap up this one last question here, where it is a question related to the globe model, and then we'll move into the Q&A here. So we're going to try to, if we can, focus on the model that you presented in your opening versus what he's presented, and let him ask his last question there.
Yeah, I
okay.
gotta.
Sorry if I feel like I'm picking on you there, Mark. Yeah,
No, it sucks that the moderator has to step in.
It's just
Mark just
like
lost his cool,
the
and I get it
because
because
the dynamo model is the prevalent model among physicists at the moment. Now, I'm
here. I gotta defend Mark a little bit. It's really frustrating having these conversations. If you ever end up in a conversation with somebody who's conspiratorial in any way, like if they think there's like some big government conspiracy, whatever it is, it is really hard to get in those conversations and keep your mind, because again, like it just requires so much stretching of like the truth in your own head, because like part of debate or conversation is like trying to empathize with the person you're talking to. Like you want to kind of see from their point of view. And when somebody asks you to come along on a ride that is so far from reality, so far from science, it can be really painful to kind of go on that ride. So I want to actually give credit, because I will say I've seen people do way better in these conversations, but it's not a conversation I would like seek out getting into with someone, because again, these are really trying, frustrating conversations, often leading to nowhere, because the people aren't really interested in kind of like pursuing truth. They've already kind of made up their mind. They've found every kind of stretch of the imagination to kind of make their model fit, and so it can be really hard to have those conversations. So I'm just want to give credit to this guy Mark Reed. He's actually, again, the moderator's right to cut him off, because he's at this point kind of lost it a little bit. Not lost the debate, just he's getting pissed, because it's frustrating to have conversations like this.
I'm not a physicist, right? So this is what Austin does. He brings up topics that are so niche that you don't know how they work, kind of thing. Now, I'm aware that there is a solid iron core surrounded by a magma that creates, by the spinning of the rotation of the Earth, it creates a dynamo effect. Now, scientists are...
Oh, nice. Okay, so Thomas was kind of explaining it. He was saying it's the centrifugal force, part of the moon's gravitational pull, plus spinning over millions of years. Yeah. But I think that causes I think that has an effect on the magnetic field. That's why it's not perfectly symmetrical, from what I understand.
Unsure of exactly
I could be wrong,
how
though.
this works, because scientists, unlike Austin, don't just grab a name, call it something, and call it a day. They actually have to have calculations about what they're doing. So it's a tentative model based upon our understanding of what's beneath the surface of the Earth. And perhaps Austin can show me his calculations of what is causing this on a flat Earth. Maybe he can share with us all of the calculations and all of the equations that he is doing to show that the electric field of the Earth is being produced by something else. Can you show that, Austin?
This is what's called a reversal of the burden of proof fallacy. So I am simply critiquing the positive claim that the Earth is a sphere that has a core. He said that it's iron, nickel that creates the magnetic field. It is not. It is actually not the.
Hold on a second. So I'm sorry. The burden of proof to a flat earther rests on the person claiming the Earth is round. That seems like a real weird reversal of the burden of proof. Usually, if you're making an extraordinary claim that is not backed by any evidence and like not accepted by the common group of scientists, whether they're wrong or not, the burden of proof relies on the person making the outlying claim. That's kind of how burden of proof works. So it's interesting that he's saying the burden of proof rests on the person who believes what like 99% of society believes is it's falls on him to prove the 99% rather than the 1% claim. That's insane.
Core that creates the magnetic field. It's the outer core because the core didn't work because of something called the Curie point, and those metals lose their magnetic capabilities at a certain temperature. The core has to be hotter than that temperature, so they moved it to the outer core. I was bringing it up because we can compare the plane Earth to the globe Earth very efficiently with this specific topic because on a flat Earth, you would have the center of the magnetic field in the North Pole region. And then as you move out towards the south, it would be expected that the magnetic field would get weaker because then you would get to the edge, right? And then you would get back to where the magnetic field should get stronger. And of course, we perceive the top half of the toroid live on the block domain wall or the inertial plane in the middle, and then the bottom half would be underneath us. So the data matches a plane Earth significantly better than the dynamo model, which admittedly can't explain what sustains it, can't explain why it's not symmetrical, can't explain what the core is made of, can't explain exactly what why the convection currents would be considered perfect when they cannot be, cannot explain why it's a 50,000 50,000 times difference with the strength of the magnetic field between the core and the surface. Can't explain the variance. Can't explain the reversal periods. All kinds of stuff. It's crazy. Their magnetic field model doesn't work at all. And for me to question,
can you give me
model,
the calculations on your model, please, for the magnetic field? Can you give me the calculations and equations for it, please? Just drop them in chat.
I could just probably make one, yeah, but I'm just.
Well, you're making all kinds of claims. Give me a link or something to them.
I would have to.
Nice. We have Philip saying, this is a debate. You can't just pass the burden of proof. You're supposed to bring your truths. Agreed. Yeah. And then Sketchy Return says, guys, I'm back after a long time. Nice. Welcome back, Sketchy.
Make the model myself, but you're relying
on
watching
so you don't have a debate. Model at all for this. You're criticizing the model that we have when all of the equations have been done, but you don't have a model at all. You don't have any calculations at all. You don't have any equations at all. You have nothing, absolutely nothing but a name for your model, and you somehow think that your model represents what's happening better than the model that the scientists have come up to with all of the equations and mathematical calculations, all of the parameters inputted. And all you're doing is saying a name and saying, oh, my model fits better. Yeah, if there's nothing to your model, if your model is empty and baseless and has nothing behind it, it will fit anything, Austin. And this is the tricks you play. You sort of say, hey, our model fits better. Yeah, because there's nothing in the model. An empty slate you can write on anything. That's your trick. That's what you do. Give me the equations. Give me your predictions. Give me how your model shows mathematically how these anomalies and these things that you're saying are such a massive.
So, okay, Mark is making a really good point. But if I'm like the guy who's the conspiracy theorist, this is just me empathizing, right? I don't agree with Austin's viewpoint, but I'm just saying if I am Austin in this scenario, if I'm anyone in this scenario, where somebody's saying, hey, give me the evidence, give me the proof, give me the evidence, give me the proof. I mean, he's making a valid point, which is, so there are mathematical models that exist and have already been vetted and gone through like all sorts of stuff, like to get set into like scientific theory, right? That establish that the Earth is round. There's mathematical equations that work and kind of prove it. And so he's making a good point saying, hey, Austin, like if you're making this assertion and you're saying it's so much better than the existing model, you should provide, like, you should have done like math to prove it. You should get it in scientific journals, right? Like have it vetted, have it peer reviewed. If you're right, you're going to be a genius, right? Like, I mean, obviously if he's correct, but he doesn't have any. So I get that Mark's making that point. However, if I'm Austin, I'm going to rebut to Mark immediately. What are your equations? Because there's no way in hell Mark off the top of his head is going to know all the equations that show the Earth's round. And so like, he's going to kind of do that to be like, it's a slight pivot if he does, because it's kind of avoiding the crux of Mark's point, but it would be rhetorically effective and kind of a win point for Austin, even though he's making this kind of absurd claim. Because if he does that bounce back, I'm just saying that would be rhetorically effective, because it'll look like, haha, you're asking me for something that you yourself can't provide. And I guarantee, I have a feeling that's where it's going to go. We'll see.
The problem actually fit your model, and your model can't be anything goes.
Let's see if he pivots.
Very easily done. We have bobwins.com, for example, which takes the magnetic flux data, the actual readings from all over the Earth, the true verifiable magnetic flux data, puts it on an azimuthal projection on a plane, and you can actually see it mapped out. You can see the prediction matches perfectly with what we see on the plane. You can then change it to the globe, and it doesn't work. And the point is
not equations.
The point
not
is
equations, not mathematical equations.
They're literally built upon all the mathematical data that is obtained from the magnetic flux readings, the magnetic variance and flux readings of the magnetic field on the Earth.
Yeah,
That's how
if you make up magic, anything will work. No, it's magic. It's magic, ladies and gentlemen. It's magic. Yeah. So what causes it?
If I was so wrong, you probably wouldn't.
No. Don't run away from the question. What causes it? What causes that
the magnetic
field?
Yeah. So, well, you would have to understand what magnetism is, which I can assure you don't, and this would be an entire another.
This is where I think I mentioned this before, but I told you this line of argumentation from Austin really does remind me of that Insane Clown Posse. He's like, what about magnets? How do they work? Huh? Like, and he's pretty much doing that. He's like, you don't know magnets.
Conversation. Okay, I'll answer you. And listen, I'll answer you.
Sure,
it'll be over your head, and then you'll say it's word salad. Okay? So actually, what magnetism is a conjugate. That's not a word salad. That's a word that has a meaning. Conjugate. Geometric expression of centrifugal divergence and centripetal convergence. Okay? And this is actually the geometry of the universe.
Centrifugal is outward force of a rotating body.
Well, it doesn't technically have to be rotating, but yeah, it's moving out from the center. That's what center.
So do you notice that like Mark started actually defining some of the terms that he was using, and he quickly pivoted from being like, well, yeah, but that's not what it always means. No, it is. And again, just by saying this isn't a word salad doesn't make it so.
Centrifugal means
and what causes that force moving
the
outwards?
vortex in the center, which is actually the background medium or the ether under torsion. This is certainly over here. See, you're just gonna hand wave dismiss it, call it word salad.
No, I'm not. I'm interested. I'm interested in this ether and you know your evidence that an ether vortex, if that's what you're describing, actually exists. Where's your evidence for that?
Well, if we look at all the quantum physicists and all the physicists in the entire world and what they say happens with magnetism, they admit there's a vortex in the center of it and that causes all of it. They admit they can't explain magnetism and that we have something called virtual photons we had to use to make the equations work.
This?
All quantum physicists that exist in the entire world that know anything about magnetism at all.
So they say there's an ether vortex.
No, that's a
creating magnetism.
How is that a straw man?
You said no. You said that there was an ether vortex, and all physicists admit there is an ether vortex. Well, what did you say then?
What I said was all physicists will tell you that our current particle physics model doesn't work because there's something called virtual photons, and they all know there is a vortex in the center of the magnetic field.
Do they all admit that it's an ether?
I didn't say ether vortex.
Do they say that it's an ether vortex?
They differ on that. There are some that say
so it's not, dude. That's not evidence of an aether vortex.
I didn't claim it to be evidence of the ether vortex.
Then why are you telling me when I asked for evidence? What is the evidence
You
for an
have a
aether vortex? An aether vortex. This is the exact question I asked Whitsett. What is the evidence for an aether vortex in the center of your disk?
Okay, so calm down, man. I get you have an emotional
No, I
connection
ask
to
a question and you basically go off to physicists. Don't answer the question. Try to smuggle in aether vortex when, if they say a vortex, well, I can smuggle in my aether vortex into there. You are being dishonest. What's the evidence? Not for a vortex, not for any photons, not for anything else. Your aether vortex. So if you listen closely, that's exactly what I asked.
Okay.
Oh, we got an ad. This is fascinating, though. I hope you guys are enjoying it. So
if you interrupt me again, I'm
real quick. I'm gonna pause and we're gonna play a trailer for let's see, Jacob's apartment, and then we will come back. We will finish up a little bit of this debate. I'm about, as you can see, I'm like almost done with panel 2. Once I finish panel 2, we're going to take a break once I'm done with panel 2, and we're going to do some world domination and try to take over the world in Risk. So I'm excited about that. It keeps me going on my comic on this page. So first, let's go ahead and watch the trailer for Jacob's apartment, and then we will be back and ready to rock and roll. And let me know in the comment section or in the chat if you guys are enjoying this kind of like live commentary stuff while we work on art. I think it's fascinating. It's kind of what I do if I'm not streaming. And so it's kind of a fun thing to kind of incorporate into streaming because it is entertaining, I think. But let me know what you guys think. Here's Jacob's apartment.
Clearly it seems that only in dreams can we these things we've seen and walk around breathing I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine. There's dissonant things, they split at the seams.
All right, guys. Frank made a really good point saying quantum physicist Dr. Sam Beckett clearly proved that time is a string, and if you ball it up, you can leap back and forth in your lifetime. Explain that, Austin. Okay, let's get. Actually, time is a real problem too. With but anyhow, we won't get into that. Like days and nights, like there's all sorts of issues. If you guys, you know what? Maybe if we decide to stick on this flat Earth bent, I do think we should watch the Professor Dave Explains just complete takedown of a flat earther. It's one of the most amazing debates I've ever seen. But I don't know. We might also switch topics because again, like I'm just kind of listening to background while I do art. But yeah, and here's what this is also helping us do. We're getting one step closer to global domination, guys. Okay.
I'm going to just demand that we move to Q&A because you're emotional. You have impulse control issues.
I think you're
Stop
emotional,
interrupting
Richard.
me, Mark.
I really do.
Stop. You're not
Yeah,
convincing
I'm not
anyone
gonna
that
let
I'm
you
wrong by
get away with
interrupting.
just-
Excuse me, gentlemen. So,
ad
Mark asked a
hominem
question
all
there,
over the
so,
place.
without any discussion as to what we think the response, Mark, I'll just let you ask.
Okay, so Austin is using a tactic that actually is rhetorically effective. It's not one of my favorites, but I will say, like, as crazy as the guy's points are, which none of them would hold up, but as crazy as they are, there's probably, it seems like, again, I'm not familiar with any of these guys, but it seems like he's probably a guy who's debated this a lot, and you'll see this with a lot of like creation people, like people who are like literal 7-day creationists, and I'm not criticizing that belief or anything like that, but a lot of the ones that have been around for a while resort to these like similar tactics of like winding someone up, then letting them get triggered. And then when you have this like big emotional response, you're kind of like, look, who are you going to believe? This guy who's kind of kept their cool, or this guy who's been wound up? But you'll notice like this entire debate, he's like needling Mark in a very subtle way, where he'll, and not so subtle way. I think a lot of people can notice it, but I don't think enough people notice it, because I've definitely seen this work on people where it's like basically throughout he's just kind of saying stuff like, whoa, Mark, you need to calm down. Mark, you're so triggered. Mark, like, and again, if you do that to anyone, like if I'm talking to anyone and I employ those strategies, 9 times out of 10, they're going to flip. Like it's not a really clean way of fighting, but it is effective. You'll see a lot of guys use it. And like I said, if we watch more of these kind of on stream while I'm working, you'll start to see a pattern with like different debate styles. But I'm guessing that's probably how Austin's like kind of survived in this realm, if he's been around for a while in this, because he can win over people who aren't going to think like super deeply about it, kind of like buy the jargon, listen to the other guy and be like, well, he didn't know all the jargon. So like, I don't know, who am I going to believe? The guy who said all the jargon, or the guy who didn't seem to know all everything about everything? Which again is like, you'll notice like if you watch like Stephen Hawking talk about stuff, he'll be the first to be like, I actually don't know, like about a bunch of stuff. But if you listen to a conspiracy theorist, nothing is unexplained. It's like, hey, this thing explains everything. It explains all of it. Nothing is left to mystery. Nothing is confusing. It's all makes perfect sense under my model. That's usually a telltale sign of like somebody who's not right, is like if they have the solution to everything. Anyhow, but I will say there is an appeal to that for people, where it's like, hey, you have this kind of cocky, confident guy who's like kind of laughing, keeping his cool, and then you have this emotional guy, Mark, who like is responding like most people do when you're told something that's complete insanity. And again, like actually he's responding better than most people, but he's getting needled the whole time. So he reacts, and then Austin gets to play like, hey, I've been cool this whole time. This guy is so afraid of losing his mainstream beliefs that he's getting triggered, right? It's an interesting tactic. It's just like, it's a weak debate tactic, but it's effective.
Question again, and then Austin, I'll give you the opportunity to answer it, and then we'll go into some closing statements for 5 minutes, or up to 5 minutes if you'd like, and then we'll get right into the Q&A if you guys are good for the time. All right?
Okay. So the question is, what is your evidence? Provide calculations for this, or field equations or whatever
Is
you
this
want.
where he's going to say,
What is
provide your
evidence
calculation?
for the aether vortex?
He's got to do
vortex
that.
anywhere. The
If I'm
aether
Austin, I'm going to
vortex
drop that.
that is at the center of the planet as you've described. Yeah, quick
Okay.
Google. There you go.
I'm literally typing in the chat about how you're scared to let me answer.
No,
Anyway,
quick Google. Go for it.
I'm literally, look there. I just went press entered halfway through the comment. Debunked again. So easy to debunk you. Okay, so the point is that I explained that this is a conversation that would be very in depth. It would take more time, and that you're going to not be capable of having it. You proved that to be true, but you would have to first establish what the ether is. What's the evidence of the ether?
Oh my gosh. Okay, that's another tactic too. It's like, guys, look, I'd get into answering this question, except it's just your capacity is just not even, like, your brain is just not big enough to understand the depth of what I'm about to say. So instead, we'll just kind of ramshackle. Like I'm gonna do like a real quick Gish Gallop, and then it's gonna look like I'm being proven correct in my assumption. This guy's very clever. I'll give him credit.
Okay, and that would be 0 point energy, the Casimir effect, quantum foam. We know that whenever we have a dielectric and magnetic constant or free space
dielectric,
impedance,
magnetic
we know that
constants,
all quantum physicists will tell you that we know it is not just emptiness in a vacuum. It's not Newtonian emptiness and not just space and time.
Gish Gallop.
There's something else there. Okay, that's why there are quantum field theories being proposed within
Gish
a theoretic
Gallop.
framework, a substantive background. Now we know actually that energy manifests as a vortex. Okay, it's actually the motion
Big
under
Gish
torsion
Gallop.
or twisting a vortex. Okay, we know this is consistent. We know that all magnetism actually has a vortex through the center of the toroid. It has a block domain wall or an inertial plane through the middle, and then it has the two geometries of the hyperboloid and the toroid, which is centrifugal divergence, centripetal convergence. This is what magnetism is. It all has vortexes on the globe Earth. If it's real and there's a magnetic field, there's a vortex through the middle of its magnetic field. All magnetic fields have it. Okay. When it comes into what is magnetism, I only brought up quantum physicists to point out that they all would acknowledge we don't really know what magnetism is according to the standard particle physics model.
But
they
in
claim they
flat
had to
Earth,
come up
it
with virtual
explains
photons to make the
everything.
equations work because the predictions did not work, and they don't fully understand what magnetism itself is. So you'd have to define magnetism, which I did. You would have to actually substantiate ether, which I just did. And then you would have to understand that the magnetic field's geometry always has a vortex. And then you would be in the right direction, understanding that the south being weaker works and not on the globe, because the globe predicts a symmetry of the magnetic field, which.
So here's my biggest question. I know this is weird. What happens to like this guy Austin if like they just put him on a spaceship and fly him out into outer space? Like what happens at that one point where they finally break the atmosphere of the Earth? Or like here's the other thing. If you are so convinced of the flat Earth, like why not invest in like one of those balloons? Like there's YouTube videos all over the place of people buying these balloons, like big, giant, very powerful balloons, right? And they'll attach them to like a Lego, and then they'll send the Lego into like the outer atmosphere of the Earth, not out into full space, but like out into the very outer edge of Earth, like right before it's out into like literal space. And like you will see from that little Lego the curvature of the Earth. And every time these people see stuff like that, they'll be like, oh, it's like a spherical camera. Like the camera's got a fisheye lens. Like you can't trust GoPro. You can't trust your iPhone. You can't trust anything. And it's like, I really would like to live in a world where space travel is totally viable. So you could take anyone who doubts the spherical nature of the Earth and just let them see with their own eyes the vastness of this wonderful round planet that we live on, which you can see observably, with your own eyes. And you could actually just conduct your own little science experiment and find out, maybe at the cost of like, I think people have said you can do that for about $8,000, which again, like if you're really that convinced and you think this is like the solution to everything science has ever had, I would think you might want to make that investment just to see, right? See if you're right.
Which is not observed.
Yeah, so all of this is just basically you are claiming that you've solved it. Notice that no physicist, he hasn't provided any evidence. All he's done is basically given line after line about how the centripetal convergence of the blocker.
By the way, like this is another telltale sign I see of conspiracy theories is the idea of like, you just kind of run roughshod on all the questions, right? Like people of any kind of like non-skeptical kind of belief system will kind of have a bunch of questions and be like, but there's no answer to that except unless my thing is true. And it's like, instead of just kind of embracing that, like nobody has all the answers. And again, like people who are doing true investigation are not going to have a solve everything answer. I think real inquisitive minds will admit to the limitation of their knowledge.
Domains and things. No physicist agrees with him. Everybody tells him he's wrong, and yet he still continues on to say, no, I have evidence. No, you just have your claims, Whitsett. That's just you claiming it. You haven't provided anything. You haven't provided any equations. You haven't provided any actual studies into this thing. All you've provided.
Mark is really lining this up, and I hate to say it, like Austin still has yet to do the rhetorically effective, well, where's yours? Right? Where's your mathematical equations? It's going to come. It has to. That's just too obvious. If I'm Austin, if I'm anyone, whether I'm in the right or wrong, I'm going to ask that if I'm being dogged about that all the time.
Is word salad. That's it. And some of this might be true in relation to magnetism not being fully understood. I totally agree. But that doesn't make you right. And attacking the globe model doesn't make the flat earth right. Have you seen the dodge that he's doing? He's basically saying, oh, well, I want to attack the globe model. He's not talking about flat earth at all. He's avoiding why ships going over the horizon just vanish. He's avoiding all of this stuff because he can't address it. He can't address why flights take the same amount of time a longer amount of time from Perth, Johannesburg, as opposed to Boston to Honolulu. We can't address that. So instead, he's just attacking the flat Earth, globe Earth, as he always does when he doesn't want to talk about his own model.
All right, with that, we'll move into our closing statements, where you just finished speaking there, Mark.
I hate to say this, but like, do you feel like Mark had equal? I mean, Mark did cut Austin off a lot. Austin was baiting Mark to do that, but still, he did cut off Austin a lot. But do you feel like he had equal question time? I hate to say it. It feels like Austin had like 50 questions he was allowed to do. And then the moderator's like, okay, you got your one question in, Mark. Goodbye. Do you think Ryan, the moderator, is a flat earther? Do you think he's for big flat? I'm joking.
We'll kick it over to Austin for his closing statement, and then we'll let you close out the show there, Mark. So Austin, closing statements. Yeah, you got up to 5 minutes for whatever you'd like to close with there.
Well, let me actually time it. That's cool. Give me like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
You whatever. We'll go ahead. So like, yeah, I'm not scared to answering the questions. I'll just do it right now. So there we go. We'll start. Okay. The differences in times are easy to explain because, in fact, whenever you look at the trajectories, they go over the water. So you would understand that they're going over the water. They go over jet streams, and that with those southern flights, actually very rare flights, by the way, those southern flights, they have up to 3 or 4 hour differences from one direction based on the return flight and the original flight. It's because they catch jet streams, and we have documented ground speed in the north. The jet streams are slower. Planes going over 800 miles per hour. Yes, that's right. And a ground speed of over 800 miles per hour. So pretty simple. They go much faster in the south and admit they catch jet streams. And that's the globe Earth's explanation for why they are drastically different times on the original flight and the return flight. Literally, that's the globe Earth's explanation as well, is that they catch jet streams or go against them. And then as to the boat, I actually asked him, could you articulate my...
So you notice he didn't actually address his specific, like, Mark was super specific about the locations. He was picking 2 locations that are equivalently, like, if they were on a flat Earth, would be the same distance from each other. And then saying, why would the flights take different times? And he just pivoted and was like, well, flights sometimes returning can take longer than flights heading somewhere. It's like, but that has nothing to do with what he was asking. And he's like, jet streams. And it's like, wait, but no, that accounts for like a maybe 1 hour difference or 2 hour difference in a flight returning, but like it doesn't account for like this perfect time difference of flights that on a flat Earth would be equivalent distance and on a round Earth would be a much longer distance. Man, it's so crazy watching that pivot. I'm sure Mark will call him on it.
My response is still man it, and then he went back to the previous thing, but I was trying to address when he changed the subject, because I did answer the boats very specifically. I explained that the horizon is just apparent, that there's optical convergence where the sky appears to meet the ground. When we go higher above the Earth, right, we're always going to have sky and Earth, so there has to be a horizon even on a flat Earth, contrary to the ignorant claim that it wouldn't exist on a flat Earth. And as you go higher, you see the boat again because you're getting above the visual corridor that has a greater density, thus a greater atmospheric occlusion or obstruction.
Okay, you guys, anytime I'm stumped by something, I'm going to be like, look, it's a visual corridor with greater occlusion. Okay, guys? Like, it's so obvious. People are like, dude, I didn't really enjoy Jacob's apartment. Why is that? And I'm like, look, dude, like greater occlusion in my visual corridor, like if you understood the occlusion in the visual corridor, you would totally be a fan of Jacob's apartment. What is wrong with you?
obstruction. So when you get higher, you can see further. You're looking through less obstruction. Very
Truth.
simple stuff. And of course, you can see further when you get higher.
Yeah,
on a
commercial
flat Earth
flights
view.
often break
Basic
the speed of
geometry.
sound.
Okay.
Basic
For
geometry,
the rest
though,
of the
guys.
conclusion, basically, there was no true explanation or response to the radio transmission. He brought up the ionosphere again because all the globe scripts is just like ionosphere, but they don't know that I've already preemptively rebutted that by eliminating it as an answer. Okay, skywave propagation allegedly bounced off the ionosphere. Now that was made up to save the globe, but it still doesn't work. Okay, ground wave propagation is what we're talking about. And if I have something, he's like, it was admittedly an antenna. It wasn't on the ground. Yeah, it was 10 feet off the ground. And we're talking about 30 miles of Earth curvature blocking a horizontal transmission. And the military document doesn't care what anti-flat earthers or whatever they got to say on the internet. They are out in the world doing real documentation of technology and writing down.
Hold on. So this guy is going to appeal to the authority of the military, right? But then make the claim that this is a flat Earth, like our militaries would function using data from satellites that are orbiting the Earth. Oh my, okay.
On the results. That's all they're doing because they have to use it. And they're like, a few % of the time, we can receive these transmissions from 800 kilometers away from an antenna that's just 3 meters tall, which is 10 feet.
And that information is from the military that makes all their strategic decisions, including the calculations of how fast it takes for like a surface to air missile to travel through the atmosphere. Some of these missiles actually get launched into outer space, right? And then can travel the globe and hit different destinations. All of that math that the military has that relies on a round Earth is wrong, but he wants to believe the military. Like, you can't have it both ways. You can't cite you can't cite an organization that believes what you're saying and then anyhow, sorry, it's just fascinating. The stretching of the capacity of the mind that Austin is doing, I just cannot follow him. I can't follow your threads on your crazy tack board, dude.
497 miles, 32 miles of Earth curvature should be blocking it. There is no true answer for that. I explained that if you have to invoke an azimuthal grid of vision, even for anti-corpuscular rays, and that actually explains all celestial objects on the plane Earth, understanding that we don't see forever. We have circular eyes. We don't see in perfectly straight orthographic lines. We see in non-Euclidean hyperbolic visual curve space. I know that these are very descriptive phrases that I'm saying. I'm not trying to woo the audience or anything. I want you guys, some of you guys in the audience are actually interested in the truth.
Do your research,
and what
guys.
you guys should do is listen to the words I'm saying and go research, understand what exactly is
Find
being
out
said,
for
and go
yourself.
look into the veracity of the claim. Don't have like an emotional, visceral reaction where you're just like, oh, this guy's using words that sound smart. No, I say them specifically to make the most out of each point, okay? We have hyperbolic, non-Euclidean visual space. It's curved, okay? So we see in curved visual space, and this is well known. That's why we can't see forever, and that's why we see the sun and the moon relative to each observer. It explains the eclipses, everything. So you can go look at Walter Bisland's model, and thanks Walter. Now, he hates the flat Earth, and he says, oh, this would require light to bend in an unrealistic way, but that's just a claim he makes, not understanding actually the light's just optically appearing to bend through the visual space. So basically, he admits
Light optically appears to bend?
flat Earth. And the final thing I'll say is the magnetic field also does work perfectly on the flat Earth. Look up a magnetic field ferrocell image. You'll see there's a plane through the middle of every magnetic field that exists, and that's where you live. You live in a toroid. It's a beautiful toroid. It's a stationary topographical plane. It's the center of all existence, and you can go measure it yourself. I know that it sounds crazy when you first hear it, but sometimes you have to step outside of consensus. Don't let people gaslight you and mock you and ridicule you, shaming you away from looking into truth, because weak-minded people will always do that.
Yeah, weak-minded.
And yeah, just look into it. You'll find
Guys,
out that
be
maybe
brave.
it's not as crazy as you originally thought. Thank you.
And when you look into it, make sure you're Googling specific words like, why is the Earth flat? And then don't look at any scientific evidence disproving it.
Our Q&A, sorry.
You'll find the
All right,
evidence.
so over to you, Mark. Oh, you're muted, Mark.
I think you'll have to ask him.
Yeah, he's muted now, so I'll just get that on there. So
Yeah, I can't unmute myself. I
It's
can't
all right.
unmute
It's a very
myself.
good question,
So, yeah, no,
Thomas.
no worries. So the whole
I think
idea
his
of
answer would be,
this
do your
planes
research.
in jet streams, like one's going to fly faster in one direction than the other. The jet stream that you would have to carry one plane twice the distance, twice the speed as the other one, over
Nice.
twice the speed on his ridiculous model would mean that plane would crash out of the air. The leaps that he
Truth.
is going to, and isn't it telling? It's so telling that after he uses this model of vision, basically says, well, the guy that created it says it's completely unrealistic and wouldn't work. But that's just a claim. Yeah, and he's basically showing how ridiculous it is for light to bend 270 degrees into your eyes to come in the opposite direction. And then Austin says, oh, well, when you see crepuscular rays, you see them in the opposite direction. Yeah, but the sun doesn't move around and come from a different direction.
Yeah.
Like, this is what he's trying to claim. Why does no other body do this? Why don't we see the sun do this? Why don't we see the moon do this? It's the most ridiculous idea. The boat going over the horizon, this boat is 17 stories high. According to perspective, it should be looking taller as perspective works, but instead the bottom is vanishing, just the bottom. The size of the boat, as far as perspective is concerned, is not changing, but he does not explain why it's only the bottom and not the top. Don't forget, this boat isn't smaller than you. It's quite a bit larger. So it should look distorted to be higher, not vanishing from the bottom up. So
Truth.
he didn't explain that at all. It was a non-explanation. He addressed a point that didn't come up.
Claritin knocks out symptoms from over 200 allergens without knocking you out. Live Claritin Clear.
I'm leaving on a jet stream
It gives
when
me
I'll eat
instant
ice
lift
cream.
and
Nice.
volume. Just look at that transformation.
Look at that transformation, guys.
He says the military uses ground wave communications. Yeah, sure they do, because they do work. And, ground wave diffuses. It also goes through solid objects like shortwave does not. And the military says that Austin's wrong. They say that there is a horizon.
Thank
they say
you.
they have to
Truth.
shoot artillery behind the horizon. They have to make calculations using the globe model, which, so Austin's basically quoting people that think he's wrong, just like he quotes physicists that think he's wrong.
I love it.
Everybody thinks he's wrong, and he'll say this person. No, they don't. They think you're wrong, Austin. Sort of non-Euclidean hyperbolic visual space. I get it's hyperbolic. It's hyperbole. I get that. I really do.
Nice.
This sort of unrealistic way that he evaluates how light.
Okay, wait. Okay, you guys, much like the moment where we paused and appreciated the fact that I learned a new thing today. I think a lot of us did. That flat earthers do not use the term atmosphere. They use atmos because you can't use sphere. And I think that's hilarious and amazing. I also want to pause and just give a moment of appreciation for Mark's turn of phrase there, where he brought in hyperbole out of the jargon that Austin was trying to kind of hand wave his craziness with. Well done. Here's the thing. Mark floundered a little bit toward the end of the debate because he understandably, like, I would be more triggered, but he was a little triggered by just dealing with insanity. He is driving the point home now. I don't see Austin saving the ending because I don't know. I'm just saying Mark is now tying it to his beginning points. He's pointing out the way that his addressing of each point failed. And I guarantee you Austin is going to gish gallop the ending. Very well done, Mark. I got to give this guy credit. Adam, you said you know this guy. Credit to him for his patience. Gary said, I had dinner, had a conversation, started some laundry, and oh my gosh, they're still talking about the flat earth. I know. It's amazing, though. You guys, I'm working on the Atmos of my comic right now. I'm trying to give some Atmos perspective. You know what I'm saying? You know what? That could be a real telltale sign. If you're in art school, a telltale sign that your teacher might be a flat earther is when they're talking about Atmos perspective. Like if they say, you guys, we're going to work on Atmos perspective, that's a red flag. I'm just letting you guys know. Okay. let's continue.
Light works. And notice that he's not giving any calculations of how this light is bending. He's sort of saying, hey, this guy that did the model is wrong, but I'm not going to provide anything to show that his claim. All I'm going to do is make up some words, say that's how it works, and leave it there. He isn't providing anything. His model is empty. The reason why his model can fit anything that comes up is because there is no solid or concrete thing to actually look at. Of course, magic can explain everything.
Yeah.
Because that's what he's using.
Yep.
He just says magic. Because he's not providing evidence of any vortex. He's not providing
Magnets.
Evidence of any aether. He's not providing
Atmos.
evidence of anything. All he's saying is, hey, this thing fits my model, therefore it's true. Nobody cares unless you can actually provide some evidence, some calculations, some predictive power, which he will
Is
not do.
Austin
He's been
ever-
doing this for years.
Here's the thing. Is Austin ever going to do the obvious comeback? Like, I don't want to help Austin out here because I really don't agree with Austin's point of view. But if I'm Austin in this debate, I don't know if at any point he's been like, hey, where's your math? Where's your... Because, again, it's just the obvious counter. And I'm surprised he hasn't done it yet. He's got to do it at some point. Especially because that's a real easy low blow, but it'll have like a rhetorical win. Come on, Austin. You can do better than that with your snakiness.
And he has not come up with a single equation, single mathematical function, any predictions whatsoever, just said, my magic works. And that's all he's done. And he's been doing this for years. You would think he would do one experiment. You'd think he would take a flight from Perth to Johannesburg. They do run quite frequently, actually. You think he would do something to actually get evidence, but no, he doesn't.
Oh, sorry, I forgot about that. I'm glad he brought that up. When he was kind of obfuscating answering the flight question, he did say, which don't run that often. So he's trying to kind of say like, hey, we have limited data on these flights you're referring to. So just throwing that out there. I'm glad he kind of highlighted that because I had forgotten. Mark is killing this ending. Good way to stick the landing.
All
Mark.
he says is magic and just expects it to explain everything.
Nicely done, Mark. Okay, let's hear Austin's craziness. Oh no, did it mute? Oh, I think his volume just went out or something. Let's see if that's just me. Oh.
For light to bend 270 degrees into your eyes, single mathematical function, any predictions whatsoever.
Okay. Come on.
Measurable downward electric current on the Earth. It's measurable.
Okay, sorry
provably-
guys. There was a bit of a... Okay, so the moderator's mic is definitely cut off, so we'll just kind of hang in there. I just wanted to go forward and backward to see if that was an audio issue on my end or on theirs. So, Extreme Time said, hey, Joshua, how's it going, Extreme? So we're watching the end of this debate and working on comics.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, someone sent me a message saying
I've tried a couple things here to try to change my audio. So so sorry to everybody in the live chat. If you can't hear me that well, so sorry. I've done what I can.
It's not really that bad. It's not. You always have people like that super extra about audio in the chat, bro. Like they act like they're Hollywood directors.
It's all right.
No, it's one of the people I really trust sending me a message. They wouldn't just, sort of make it up.
They wouldn't lead me astray like this. Would you live chat? Would you do that?
No. He runs the modern day Discord. He wouldn't make that up.
Ryan wins.
Aye.
There we go. I like this. They like it because I had my mic muted for most of that earlier discussion.
You
there.
guys.
So we'll continue on here into our Q&A. Thank you guys for coming out and having this discussion. Fantastic conversation, fellas. We're going to move into our conversations here. So, everybody. Oh, sounds better. Some people are saying, awesome.
Okay,
I like to
beautiful.
hear it. So, we got our first question here is for $1.99. Sauce me down. Globe sun doesn't work on flat sun. Mark, try again. So they're saying that the globe sun doesn't work on flat sun.
What?
So
Globe sun doesn't work on flat sun. Well, I'll admit there's things that we see that won't work on a flat Earth. Like, for instance, the shadow, the light showing like a shadow of a mountain cast upon a cloud. Like, there's no way that can work on a flat Earth. You can't get the sun lower than the mountains on a flat Earth, but you can on a globe Earth. And we've seen pictures of that all the time. There's things that the sun basically going around in circles above the.
Okay, as Mark is answering, I just want you guys to pay close attention to Austin's kind of pretentious expressions, which cracks me up.
Flat Earth.
He's
Why
like,
is it shorter over the Arctic and travels longer over the southern hemisphere, which it needs to on a flat Earth, because you've got to have things like two different continents in light. So I'd just say that the sun, what we observe, doesn't work on a flat Earth as far as the sun's concerned.
There we go. Sorry, not shaking my head at you. I just was getting rid of that terrible cord
that's
that
fine.
I
You
think
can
was
disagree with
causing
me all you want, Ryan. I don't
No,
care.
I was gonna say I was just getting rid of the cord. I think that was causing me all my problems communicating to the live chat here. So we'll continue on here. $5 coming in from Bitter Truth. Austin, how deep Earth is, or how deep is the Earth? I think is what they mean. Where does Earth's gravity come from? And then they say how deep Earth is. So they said the same thing twice. So how deep is the Earth, and where does gravity come from?
Yeah.
That's for you,
So
Austin.
He's
yeah,
like,
like
this
when you
is
say like where
easily
does the Earth's
answered.
gravity come from? Like, what are you even like? What are you talking about? Like, we have things that fall down 9.8 meters per second squared, and actually they're intrinsically electrostatic, and we have a measurable downward electric current on the Earth. It's measurable. It's provably there because you can go outside and measure that there's a downward current on the Earth. If you wanted to really get into what it is, according to Nikola Tesla, which people seem to think they're smarter than what he would fold your guys' brain in like a card table, but whatever. He said there's a life-giving force inside of the ether. It comes down from above us and it actually puts the ether under strain, that's what electrostatics is, the ether under stress or strain, which gives you the material world held together intrinsically by all electrostatic bonds. Everything's electrostatic.
You guys, it just dawned on me. This whole talk of the ether, have you guys ever listened to Nas's takedown of Jay-Z? I think that Austin's secretly just a big fan of Nas and thinks that was one of the best hip hop takedowns of all time. That's all I'm saying. Because he keeps saying ether, and I'm like, I don't think he wants to talk about the Earth. I think he wants you to look up Nas's takedown of Jay-Z, one of the most notorious hip hop battles ever. And I still think Nas's ether is amazing. I'm just pointing that out. I don't know if that's just me, but maybe Austin's just a big fan of Nas.
Technically, everything's electromagnetic, and it tries to ground and find equilibrium at the Earth. That's where the quote-unquote gravity, the only thing that can even be referenced as that, comes from. And of course, the current theory is a joke. And I don't remember the other question.
Yeah, so the two-part question here.
How deep is it? How deep is it?
Yeah, how deep is the Earth here?
Earth. Yeah, so the deepest hole ever dug is 7.8 miles. So no one knows what's beneath there, including all these globe models that makes all these crazy claims. No one's ever gone deeper than 8 miles. So I don't know. Like, I think that according to the magnetic field, you'd get to a point where pressure would be so strongly mediated that you couldn't actually materially access that area. If you were able to get to the other side, then in fact you would have the inversion of the top half of the magnetic field. So there would be something below us, seemingly as far down as is above us, and we maybe live inside of a sphere. And they said we lived on one, but you can't go further than 8 miles.
What's below us is
claims beyond that is speculative as to exact distances. I try to stick with what can be verified instead of make up fairy tale stories like the globe.
Oh, the globe's a fairy tale.
All right, excellent. So we'll continue on here. Bitter Truth strikes again for $5.
Okay, guys, guess what? Oh, I want to address this. This is really cool. Okay, so we're going to remove this for a second. Just going back to our regular old layout. I want to address Extreme Time. Extreme Time said something really cool. He said, "You probably don't remember me, but I bought 2 of your comics at Basic Cards and Comics. I think you mean Base as Cards and Comics. You read the short one about the guy writing his book after his breakup, and I really enjoyed it. Nice. Awesome. I'm glad you enjoyed the comics, and I appreciate you coming by and hanging out. And honestly, people who support indie comics, I think everybody in our chats would be like, you're awesome just for doing that at a comic shop. And Bases is a really cool local comic book shop if you're in the Antelope Valley, Lancaster, Palmdale area. So thank you. Thanks, Extreme Time. That's awesome. And then Gary said, wait, I know this one. There are turtles down there. Turtles all the way down. Okay, guys. Here's what we're going to do. I have finished the first 2 panels. I have to finish more of this page tonight, but I have a hankering for some world domination, for some global domination. So what we're going to do is go from our stream to our Risk cam. And we're going to rock and roll, guys. We're going to play a game of Risk, and hopefully I can keep my master status. Boom. So we have Risk pulled up. I'm going to put on the trailer for 2 stories. We're going to come back. We're going to dominate some global world domination. By the way, I shouldn't say Gary, you might be able to help me out with this. Maybe Frank can too. Oh my goodness, we have to get rid of the crazy brand too. Now that we're going to Risk stream. Hold on. Do you think that flat earthers play Risk because it's called Risk Global Domination, or do you think they boycott Risk because it's like, right? Thomas said nothing like world domination to cleanse the palate from flat earthers. LOL. I love it. But anyhow, while I play 2 stories, you guys just concoct what would they call Risk? If they can't call it Risk Global Domination, would it be Risk Flattle Dominate? I don't know. Just let that one kind of trickle through the Atmos and let me know what you think. Yeah, it's true. They clearly boycotted as hashtag propaganda. All right. Think about that one. We'll be back. We're going to play a game of Risk, and then we're going to make more comics. This is my live stream. I'll be back. Here's 2 stories trailer. All right, guys. That music was by DJ Atmos. I'm here all night. All right, guys. Representing Cal State Long Beach, we're gonna rock and roll some badass. I'm actually not a representative of Cal. This is just my alma mater. We're gonna rock some Risk. I don't know if you guys are prepared. There we go. Risk World Domination. Very simple solution. I like that, Frank. All right. Here we go. Let's find a game, and we'll get back to comics after said game. The only thing that's a bummer about these Risk streams, so for anybody who's tuning in for like the first time maybe to this, I'm a cartoonist. I also am a graphic designer, illustrator, and I stream Risk because I have a secret goal to try to become a grandmaster at this. So Risk streams have become part of my channel because I enjoy playing it, and it's a nice way for me to reset. And I encourage other artists also to have something that kind of resets your brain, keeps your brain active while you're working. Because again, like cartooning is a really lonely field. And then Frank was saying, I represent flat earthers. Nice. And you guys can find more about the flat earth on Tarako Creative Cast. That's Frank's YouTube channel. Okay. Okay, let's see if we have any good games. It'd be funny if fate is just telling me that I need to just keep working on comics. Okay, here we go. We got expert, we got fixed, we got balance splits. This is looking good. Ooh, I like the pirate icon of Christopher Kairati. Nice. Cake Diesel is a great name. From Ireland. So we got Canada. Maybe, you guys, this is just my little flat earth type conspiracy theory. Do you think Banks Hamada is secretly Christopher Runciman or Philip Chandler, our Canadian friends? Maybe I've spread the gospel of Risk to the world. Animosity XX from North Korea. This is going to be a battle, you guys. It's going to get epic. And then General Hang. Phil is going to be on the Tarako Creative Cast soon. We'll be discussing flat earth atheist problems. All right, guys, here we go. And we're going to hit ready. And we're going to rock and roll, you guys. And I will walk you through my thinking process. And this might be a short game. It might be a long game. I might get suicided. I might lose my status as master and go down to expert. It has happened before. Okay, I'm in 5th position. Not too bad. The advantage of 5th position is I can see where everyone's moving and try to kind of work around their objectives. Pink is going to make the play for Australia. Yes. Pink. No Australia, no win. Get in there. Ignore that 5. You guys aren't going to kill each other very quickly. Move your 5 in there as well. Yeah, commit. There we go. So we have contention in Australia. Surprise, surprise. Purple wants to maybe go for a card. I don't know where they're going. Did they not take a card? I don't think purple moved. That's weird. Purple wants Africa for sure. I think black is going to go for, I think, America. I think they're going to go for North America. Red is going to, are they going to contest Africa? Or are they going to go for, yeah, they're going to contest Africa. Great. That means the only uncontested territory is crap. I actually don't want Australia. And if this dude weren't an idiot and would let me out, I'd get out of Australia. But he's going to eat my 5 cards and suicide himself. And I wonder if I should just sit back idly and just watch that happen and then take Australia, I guess. He's got to go through. I just can't even understand the thinking. And then he's making like memey things. I don't want to be in Australia. I want to move my way towards, I think the only place I can logically move right now is start making a long play for Europe. And he's saying, how about an alliance for now? I would 100% like an alliance, but I feel like you're going to hit my 5, you douchebag. I don't want Australia. I hate Australia so much in this game. It's not a bad starting position. It's just like idiot new players who will do a move like that. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I think Pink lets me out because they just offered an alliance. But if Pink hits my 5, I might counter and just kind of go in for Australia. Because that just kind of screws us both out of the game. Although I do think I'll keep my main objective. Frank was saying Australia is prime real estate. In the game of Risk, if you can secure Australia, you're in a good position. If this guy's not a crappy player, there we go. Let me out. That's what he should do. Okay, I'll give him credit for allying with me. If he now blocks my way out, he's a bad player. Okay, good. He's not a bad player. I mean, taking the claim on Australia, I'm guessing he's probably not like a master, but he's not terrible. Like the idea of allying with me so that we don't just suicide each other out of the game. Okay, you can have Australia, Pink. I don't want your stupid Australia. The way you're playing for Australia, I see somebody else, maybe Black, going for it. So let them take it. Now, Europe's a lot to clear out, but nobody's contesting Europe at this point. So I feel like that's my best bet. Except that purple probably should move to Europe or red. So I might need to do a no continent game. We'll kind of see how this goes. Red was in position to take Europe, but they're kind of hedging and like trying to contest Africa, which is a poor play, but the more poorly other people play, the better it is for me. So I will take my 8 and I will move it the hell out of Australia. Dude, enjoy your craziness about Australia. You have fun, Pink. Have a blast. So Australia is known as like the easiest starting point. It is because you only have one choke point. Toward the end of the game, it can be really problematic because it's really easy to card block and isolate a chunk of troops there. So like the way you play Australia is very tactical, especially because most people are going to play turtle from Australia, where you're kind of turtling, you're growing your troops, and then you go out and kind of take over places. Problem is, there's a point in the game where you're kind of screwed if you're still in Australia. But Australia is a really strong starting position. It's not so strong if you've zeroed yourself out to get it. And that's what a lot of players do here. That's probably what Pink would have done if I hadn't allied with him. He probably would have just suicided into me and given up the game. Because, unfortunately, there's a whole bunch of Risk players who have no idea how to play other continents. And so when they lose their favorite continent, which is easy to hold, and there's a little more tact and it's a little harder to hold other territories, they'll literally just, be like a 2-year-old who didn't get their toy and like flip out because they're not getting their precious Australia. Yeah, turtle power. Turtle power is a real thing. It's a whole strategy here. Okay, so we're going to make this slow play for England. I think at this point, for Europe, I think at this point, I may not be in a strong standing for Europe, though, because I think red might come to their senses and move to Europe. Black, where are they going? Okay, Black is definitely making the slow play to take North America. I like that the only person who's secured their territory, pretty comfortably secured, is Orange. There's another possibility from Red right now, which is Red might want to take Australia. They might be one of the no Australia, no win people. But they are lining themselves up to take They are lining themselves up to get into Europe, but I don't want to allow them that. So I wonder if I should move and just let this kill my... Yeah, I'm going to do that. Because I want to be polite to my neighbors. I don't want to be in the way of black. Hopefully black doesn't just hit my 5 and start bad blood before they've even secured a continent. I have the worst card turn-in, but I do have a card turn-in. It's not the best one. Red is asking for an alliance. Sure, we can have an alliance, but get the hell out of England. Because you're the guy who was chilling in Africa. Gary said there is some argument for Australia when playing 6 players, but that assumes similarly skilled people. 100%. And I've won this game multiple times from Australia. Does pink just eat me for my cards? They might. They don't seem that good. No, they're playing the classic. I think they might actually be angling to... They might be one of those players who's crazy enough to try to take all of Asia. Which, again, if they start this early on that strategy, it might potentially be possible. Because they have secured their territory before anyone, so they have a pretty healthy lead. Red is really screwing up the game for everybody. Does black hit my 5? Do they keep that 10 up there? That's not good. You're starting this game in hostility and you haven't even secured your territory. So black's not a good player. They're telling my 5, don't hit me, but I'm not going to hit you. Like, I'm just not. Red wants me to move. That's not going to happen. You kind of made your bed, now lay in it. I think red moves their 14 up to try to intimidate me out. Yep. And again, red, that is not going to happen. Has red cashed in their cards? I don't think they have yet. This might be a misfire. This may be a real quick game. I don't like red kind of trying to intimidate me out. But again, that could be my death. Come on. I'm trying to fortify here. Thank you. We'll see if red moves in. If red moves in, there is a potential that I might just give them Europe. Blue finally secures very uncomfortably. Like, it's a little quick. They shouldn't take that too. Good. So blue is not a bad player. Taking it slow was a smart move, because if blue took South America at that point, they instantly get broken by purple. There's just no question. Whereas they can cash in their cards before fortifying, and that'll give them a more secure position. Right now, red and I are evenly matched, but red has 4 cards to cash. And there's a good potential that they cash those cards and like suicide into me. Because they don't seem like a good player. Starting hostilities that early with purple when you were clearly in a position to not take Africa. Like, they were contesting Africa when they had no position in Africa. Like, purple already had a solid hold. So that to me shows me red is potentially a really erratic player. So red may just suicide me. Because again, like, really bad players tend to default to suicide real quick. And if you guys are just tuning in, this is my live stream where I work on comics and sometimes apparently watch funny debate videos and mostly work on comics. And then when I'm not doing that, quite often I will play Risk on my quest to become a grandmaster, which I am nowhere near yet. I think black is moving a little quickly. Not bad though, pretty solidly held. So I think that keeps. I don't think anyone breaks black. If blue breaks black, that's really good news for purple. But I don't think blue's going to want to break black until they can cash in their cards. So I think black holds North America very solidly won. They're a little aggressive, though, to have their 10 right on the border with Europe. So we'll have to see if that stays. I don't want to close out Europe till I've dealt with my problem with red. Is red going to commit to a no continent game, or are they just going to suicide into me or try to intimidate me out of Europe? We're supposedly allies, but... And they are in a position where they can very comfortably eat me for my cards, which is a little dangerous. So I'm just going to do this very slow play. I'm in the worst position on the board. So I'm going to do a slow play for Europe. And I probably won't be able to close Europe if I ever am able to during this game. It probably won't be till I have a card cash in. My only hope is if red is as erratic as they've started, I hope that if they decide to ruin the game for someone, they decide it's pink and they do the no Australia, no win. I will give pink credit, though. Like, pink was a little erratic. Ooh. Well, blue is not going to win this game. That was a bad call. You haven't even closed your territory. You're starting hostilities. You're literally next to a 21. It's actually really strange. I just also noticed that purple had offered me an alliance. But blue, I just don't see how purple doesn't break blue. You kind of have to at this point. And blue's out of the game because of that move. Unless purple lets blue stand. I mean, blue is pretty weak. So it doesn't hurt to have a weak neighbor. It just depends on what purple wants. Do they want a strong neighbor or a weak neighbor? This is pink just totally screwing with me. Yeah, they're just going to eat cards. Okay. So I think black's big error was black should have played cool with my 5, like by leaving a 1, and then they could have had that 10 stack supporting them and protecting them from what just happened on their Mexico border. So when somebody's offering you kind of peace, they haven't made any hostile moves, you want to kind of keep a thin border with those people so you can focus your border resources on other areas. And so you want to try to build good faith with your neighbors. If I can build good faith with black, now that they have bad faith with blue, assuming that red doesn't just sweep in there and kill everybody, if I can keep good faith with them, then I can keep my borders specifically to my right. If I can keep good faith with them and with purple. In fact, I'm going to try to make an alliance with black. And it looks like purple just bought it out of the game, which is so annoying. So purple's a robot now. But that's kind of okay. That actually might make it easier for me to get solidly into my territory. I don't know why purple bought it out. I think maybe purple had an alliance with blue, but that was a weird move. I don't like that 7 on my border, and now that it's a bot, I have no choice to like close territory because that robot's just going to eat any of my territory. So I just need to keep my stack big and ready to attack. And I feel like you'll notice that some people use that to cheat. So they'll kind of like set up pretty good, and then they'll bow out of the game and let the robot finish it. It's kind of unfortunate people leave that setting so that people can do that. I would not really recommend it. Sweet. Red is taking America. I think they're going to eat black's cards. Yep. And then they're going to eat blue. Very well played. They get 4 cards. 3 cards. So they can turn in. Oh, they can't turn in. Oh, I absolutely adore that. So right now we're going to take those cards because it's an easy kill. Whew, this is going to be fun. Should we take red too? Yeah, I think we do. Well, let's have fun here, guys. Oh, come on. I need to move a little faster. Can I turn in those cards? I hope I can. Yes, that's what I needed. This might be the end of the game, guys. Oh, we just went 3 there. Oh, I may not make it. No. Will we get there? Oh, sucks. Okay, I'm dead. I should have taken blue out later. Oh, that was a bad play on my part. Purple wins this game. That was a bad play on my part. I got selfish, and I was gonna take. Yeah, I should have just taken 1. Yeah, now they're opening it up, so like, yeah, purple can come in and like sweep the hell out of there. Yeah, Gary said that was bold of you. It wasn't a bad call. I should have just taken black, but I just got a little too cocky. Pink might come in and sweep up. Do they make it to black though, or to? Oh, they're gonna sweep up my red. Yeah, I was aiming to do all of them, and I misplayed. I misfired. So that's giving the game to pink. Pink will take this. Because if pink's smart right now, what they do is move down, cash in, move down, take out blue. Yep. They're going to cash in, move down, take out blue. Then they get 6 cards. Cash in, take out white, which is me. Very well played, pink. And they're in play to do that. I really misplayed that. I misfired. Gary said that was bold of you. Haha. I agree. I misfired. I should have stopped. I thought I could do it. And you know what's sad is like thinking about it, actually, I probably could have gotten red first. Purple's asking for an alliance. I will take that alliance, dude, but I'm dead. We're both dead, man. Pink is going to destroy this game. There's no way. There's no way Pink doesn't eat up every card. Now they move their 11 in. Come on, Pink, you can do it. Oh, they didn't. Interesting. Do I have a cash in? No, I don't. I'm dead. No. Keep hitting my ones, man. Clear out. Oh, so stupid. Pink could have won this game just then. I'm shocked they didn't. Let's see if purple lives up to their supposed alliance. I don't think they do. I think purple cleans me out. They have to. It's 3 cards, right? Really? Purple's going to let me live. Okay, purple. Let's do this. That was a mistake. You just gave the game to pink, but let's see what we can do to mess with pink. I like the idea of kind of eating at their interiors here so that they will be confused about where they can sweep through. I don't want to close that off, so I think I'll just do one of those. I am so dead here. There is no way pink is a bad enough player to not just eat all my cards. They need to. But I thought I'd evade a little bit. Make it hard for them at least. So they're going to get 4 cards. There's no way pink doesn't win this game. Just close it out, pink. Pink's moving slow too, so they weren't that good of a player. So that was my misfire. I got a little too cocky. I could have won this game if I had just stopped at black. But I got greedy. And greed kills you in this game. Well, anyhow, hopefully that was enjoyable for you guys. It wasn't too long of a risk game as far as risk game goes. I can't believe pink isn't going to close out this game. They're not. What are you doing? Close it out, dude. I don't know if pink wins this. But I think they do. I think pink solidly wins this. I don't think that was a master player, so I think I might lose my status and go down to expert. We'll see. Yeah, that was a novice that just ate me. Although purple was a master, so more power to it. So I won't be surprised if the next time, like, I take a break to play, like after I've done 2 more panels, if I'm still up and I take a break to do risk, I won't be surprised if that number is down and I'm at expert mode instead of master. But thank you for hanging out with me while I played risk and made a really bad misfire play. But, you know, that's the way the cookies crumble. If I had just targeted, you know what I should have done? Targeted red first, because I could have taken out red. So I should have gone black, red, then blue. But I did it reversed, where I was trying to go through red to take blue. I should have just focused my resources on red. Then I wouldn't have lost that 3 up top, and I would have had enough troops to close out red. So I theoretically could have done the exact same positioning. I was just approaching it from the wrong angle. Good learning experience for the future. Even though you have to act fast, I think in those killer scenarios where there is an end game scenario, I need to slow down just a tiny bit to like methodically think about that path rather than like make an instant split second decision. Because the split second to take out black was right. The split second to go for red was right. But the split second to go to blue first was the miscalculation and cost me the game. That's too bad. That would have been a fun win. Okay. Anyhow, we will get back to our drawing. So I'm going to go ahead and put it back on our daily stream. And you guys can tell me if you want to continue. Let me see how much. It looks like there's a lot of Q&A on this. So I think we should just continue with this wackiness with Austin and this guy, Mark Reed, because it's been hilarious and entertaining. You guys tell me, though, how much can you handle of this nonsense? And we'll kind of gauge it from there. While you guys are letting me know in the chats, I will put on another trailer, and this one will be for both Jacob's Apartment and 2 Stories. It's by Jim Lujan, called Wordzoid, and Jim Lujan's amazing. You guys should all be following him on YouTube. So I'm going to play that, and then we will get back to shading, and I will make the same goal for myself. I have to shade 2 panels before I can go to sleep. And I have to shade 2 more panels before I can play Risk again. So if I'm up for it after I've done 2 panels, I am allowed to play Risk. If I am exhausted, then I have to go to sleep after that. But I need to get at least 2 more panels shaded. All right, we're going to put on Wordzoid, and I'll be right back. And we'll get back to working on comics.
Well, Peter, since I'm such a big music fan, I'm going to have to go with Karen Carpenter. Oh, Stu, I'm sorry. That's the incorrect answer. Trish, what you got for us?
I'm going to go with Kim Gordon.
All right, let's check that answer. Kim Gordon. Do we have a Kim Gordon? Yes, and that means you're our new Wordzoid champion, Trish. Dale, tell Trish what she's won. Trish, you've won a copy of 2 stories, a memoir of faith and mental illness. Handwritten, hand-drawn, and handed to you by artist and writer Joshua Kemble. But wait, that's not all. You've also won a copy of Jacob's Apartment, the story of a doomed romance. What happens when you take Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind and put it in a blender with Ghost World? You get Jacob's Apartment, written and illustrated by Joshua Kemble. Trish, thank you for playing Wordzoid.
All right, great job, Trish.
I was told I was going to get a lifetime supply of paper towels.
I still love that to this day. All right. I didn't hear anything in chat. So since there were no complaints, we are going to continue listening. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see if this is still set up. Yes, it is. We're gonna continue with working on shading the next page, and we're gonna listen to the rest. The Q&A section of this modern day debate about flat Earth versus round Earth. Which, to be fair, Mark Reed kind of just killed in the debate, like did an awesome job. Particularly at the end, he landed the ending. He floundered a little bit towards the end, but as far as like form and debate, I think his closing sealed the deal. Austin I'll give him credit. He's very cocky, and he is good at like needling, which is interesting. So here we go.
Austin, is flat Earth means Earth has limits and we can't fly over the limit and water should be falling. Explain it, please. So yeah, what I think they mean is if the Earth is flat, that means Earth has limits and we can't fly over that limit and the water should be falling off the edge of the Earth is what I think they're implying here. So they're asking for you to explain that.
Yeah, how is the water
crazy
contained?
because that's
is not
like
a bad
what they
question.
show you in 2nd grade, cartoons or something. And when they tell you people used to think the Earth was flat, but if I walk to the edge of the lake, do I fall off the lake? Does the water fall off the edge of a lake? So what if we're just in effectively a giant lake, and when you get to the edge, you walk a little further, you'd find another lake. We actually don't know because, as crazy as this sounds, every major country in the world hasn't agreed to an Antarctic treaty that says it's illegal to privately and freely explore the Antarctic region. So we don't know what's beyond there. Water typically does need to be contained. I think that we're surrounded by water. But as to the dimensions, no one knows. And if there's a container, maybe it touches down, which would prevent anything from falling off anyway. But again, you can't fall off the edge of a lake. So it's a very ignorant claim. Flat Earth is so stupid, we wouldn't really have to straw man it so egregiously.
All right, gotcha. And just to check in for you fellas, how are you guys doing for time?
I'm chilling, but I think you're gonna have to ask him. Unmute.
How you doing? I think you're on mute again there, Mark. Sorry. Here.
It is sometimes a habit to mute yourself, and then you forget that. Yeah.
That's all right. So sorry about that. So
No
how
worries.
are you doing for time there, Mark?
I'm all right. I'm fine.
All right, excellent. So
Oh, another ad. Hang on. Sorry, guys. Okay.
yeah, as
skip
we move
that.
through a Q&A, there is opportunity for you guys to have back and forth if you guys want to engage in some rebuttal. There
I'm enjoying
in,
the back and forth
questions
on
here.
this. Again, if you
Just
guys are
depends on how long you
wanting
guys
to kind
wanna
of
go, 'cause I
switch
know we
up
have ran
and
for a
talk
little
about
bit,
any
so far.
particular topic, let me know.
So we'll
But I'm
continue
kind
on
of chilling,
from now,
enjoying
and
this,
you
getting
guys just
some
let
art
me know
done.
if anything
Hopefully, you guys
changes.
are doing the same.
So BMZ for $5 would say, if gravity is electromagnetic, like you claim that everything is electromagnetic, under what spectrum is it infrared or ultraviolet?
That's not even a coherent question. Is gravity ultraviolet? Like what does that even mean?
Electromagnetic is what they said.
Yeah. Everything's
Don't you know the
intrinsically
frequency?
everything is intrinsically electromagnetic. That's a fact. You can't find one thing in the world that's not electric. Literally nothing that exists in the entire world, which is why to explain the discrepancies with the quantum field or the quantum realm of physics and the theory of relativity, They're actually proposing a new, like a modified Newtonian dynamic theory. They're proposing
You guys, it solves all of quantum physics.
unified field theories that actually unify everything under electromagnetism. This is one of the most popular solutions to the relativistic problem of the quantum scale. But you'll never hear that from people that push the globe as if it's perfect here, but you can just go read the papers. But yeah, everything's intrinsically electrostatic, and more specifically, if you understood electromagnetism the way it's properly defined, everything is electromagnetic, and it seeks its equilibrium at the ground. As to what the spectrum is, you're talking about light, which is a specific effect or phenomena of really the ether, and it's a perturbation or excitation of the ether. So we'd have to properly define these terms, and
You guys, the ether again. I think he's a fan of Nas.
that would take a while.
Well, I think they're just asking you what the frequency is for the effect. If you're saying everything's electromagnetic and gravity is a result of electromagnetic force, what is the frequency of that electromagnetic force, like kilohertz or megahertz, or what is it?
There's an entire variance of the electromagnetic spectrum.
There's a variance, guys.
Well, there wouldn't be a specific frequency. Doesn't make sense. That's why I said it's an incoherent statement.
So what range is it?
All electromagnetic frequencies.
So it's all electromagnetic frequencies?
Yes, everything is EMF, yes.
Including
everything
visible light?
Visible light is also electromagnetic, that's right.
Yes, I know, but I asked what frequency is the gravitational force that's electromagnetic according to you? And if you're including visible light, then we should see it.
You're just lost, Mark. I'm sorry.
No, what frequency is the electromagnetic effect of your gravitational force? What range is it in?
Okay, I don't have to believe in what you call gravity. Gravity is the effect of everything being intrinsically...
Okay, well, whatever is pulling us down then, whatever force is, whatever is drawing us down, what is the frequency range of that electromagnetic effect? You said it was electromagnetic, right?
Oh my God. I bet you're going to interrupt me again. So I never claimed something's pulling us down. That's a straw man fallacy. I explained that everything is intrinsically electromagnetic.
Wait, you know what's weird is I feel like he actually did say something was pulling us down, but maybe I'm crazy. It feels like about 2 seconds ago.
That has a huge spectrum, because everything is a huge spectrum of EMF, and the effect of things falling down and seeking their equilibrium is intrinsically electromagnetic. Because everything that exists there isn't some new deified force called gravity that's separate from all the other EMFs that exist. It's just the effect overall of everything being intrinsically electromagnetic and finding its equilibrium at the ground, and there's a downward electric bias on the Earth. This is just very well known.
So what's caused? So is electromagnetic?
Sorry. Okay, this is dawning on me too, and maybe this observation's been made before. But have you guys considered, like, it seems like, okay, have you ever seen somebody who doesn't know how to debunk a magic trick, try to kind of explain how a magic trick was executed, and their explanation is always magnets? It's like every person who's bad at kind of deconstructing a magic trick wants to simplify it. Just be like, how did they make that levitate? Magnets. How did that card disappear? Magnets. And a lot of the time the answer is way more kind of truthful, scientific, and easier to kind of explain. It's just a really good illusion. But this guy seems like the type of guy who would sit at a magic show and be like, I know how the magician did that trick. And it's like, how? Magnets. Okay, anyhow, let's continue.
Fields causing the downward bias, this bias on the ground?
Well, we'd have a downward electric current on the Earth.
Okay, so what frequency range, if you need to, is that current?
Oh, the current, it's actually very, very small current. It's like millivolts, very, very small.
Vanilli.
We have 100 volts per meter that goes up, and then we have a current.
Potential.
I was still talking.
You
don't understand any of this. Why are you pretending you're teaching me?
Why are you quoting voltage? We're asking for the frequency.
I'm trying to explain to you that it isn't some phenomena called gravity that people like you bow and worship to. It is an overall effect of the fact that all objects seek equilibrium via pressure mediation. It's the entire EMF range. The entire EMF range is why we have what people falsely call gravity. You're going to repeat your question, though. You're going to repeat it. You're just going to keep asking the same ignorant question.
Do you think that the electromagnetic range is voltage?
I said that we have 100 volts per meter, and then we have a current that goes down. All you do is straw man. All you can do is straw man, gaslight, ad hom, poison the well.
Why don't you actually give a frequency?
It's a waste of time.
Excuse me, fellas. So,
why don't you give a frequency?
For respect to the audience's questions here.
Keep Googling. Google it. Google frequency
I'm not
of
Googling
electromagnetic
anything,
range.
Sorry, gents. I'm going to interrupt here. If we can keep moving forward with.
Okay, I gotta give credit to Mark. That was a little tit for tat, but to be fair, like he did that in response to like Austin, who's been ad homming this entire time, being like, "Oh, you're poisoning the well, you're ad homming," and it's like, dude, you've been needling this guy like the entire time, Austin. You've been doing it real subtle, but like I love the callback to the one of the earlier needles where he's like, "Why are you Googling it?" Which was something that Austin had said of Mark. I love that he brought that back. Well done. Even though it's a low blow, I feel like in these kind of spheres, when somebody goes low like that, you kind of have to like needle, but you do it in a clever way where it's like, again, if they're going down, maybe you go down in the dirt with them a little bit. And I like the way he threw that in there.
There are questions here from the live chat.
There you go.
Yeah, it does look like we do want to respect the audience's time and their questions here. So we do have a lot to go through.
A lot of questions,
lots of
guys.
Chance for discussion, I think, as we move through.
I suspect they get through like
we're
one
gonna,
question.
Move on here. So Bitter Truth for $5 says, light of sun strong enough to lighten the earth. If earth is flat, there should be day and night at same time. Austin, explain. Mark, brief on it. So they want you to explain if the light of the sun is strong enough to lighten the earth. If the earth is flat, there should be day and night at the same time. So that's for you, Austin, and then they want Mark to expand.
What is it? What does day and night at the same time even mean? You know, usually people try to say that the whole earth should be lit up or whatever. Day and night at the same time doesn't make sense. But of course, we actually do have observations on the earth where you can see like day over there, night over there. Like, I don't know, every single day you have day and night at the same time. That's ever existed in the history of mankind. But typically what Glovers say is that the whole earth should be lit up by the sun,
Wait,
which is just incredibly ignorant, and that is ridiculous. And you have something called attenuation.
He's bringing up attenuation again. You guys, the explanation for everything is attenuation. I just thought you should know that. It's like, hey, how did we get here? What's our purpose? Attenuation. I also wanted to point out, we've learned, at least I've learned a new thing. I didn't know flat earthers called people who believe in a globe globers. Sounds like a cool basketball team.
And the lights in the sky are local, so you would never have it light up the entire earth. There are probably 1,000 demonstrations online that show the exact mapping out. And again, thanks Walter. You can go to Walter Bisland's model and it'll show you the exact distribution of day and night based on every day of the year.
All right, excellent. And they did actually ask in that question if Mark could expand or rebut what you said.
Yeah, sure. So the whole idea of the sunlight providing light and basically this mythical attenuation that Austin wants to have happen is that if it was strong enough to reach the earth, you would still see the sun at nighttime, because the attenuation of the light is not that much that you wouldn't be able to see the source. There is no way that would happen. So anywhere on the earth, whether, and usually the example they give is like, oh, it's like a flashlight. It only like sort of shines on one part at a time as it goes around. Well, the problem with that is if you hold a flashlight over a flat disc, from anywhere on the disc, you can still see the light. It's a problem. And so flat earthers have to sort of change attenuation rates for light, the diffusal of light through the atmosphere, in such a way so it works with their model, that for some reason the light hits the atmosphere and diffuses really fast in one direction, but still keeps like shining over the rest to keep it in daytime. So I think what they're trying to say, and do excuse me if I'm wrong, but I think what they're trying to say is that you'd even at nighttime, you should be able to see the sun. That's how attenuation rates work for light. We know this. We use it for communications. We use the attenuation of light through glass for fiber optics. We know the attenuation rates for light, and yeah, Austin's model's just wrong because he basically invents attenuation rates at his convenience.
All right, and we'll move on from there. Just bear with me here while I go through my list of questions.
But you guys, fiber optic
Yes, we have
cables,
quite a few.
that's all people who are globers.
Let's see, that one's not really a question.
Globers
Sorry.
made the fiber
Let me just
optic
continue
internet.
on here. Austin, flat Earth. Why is there day in USA but night in other countries?
Same answer. So Mark,
Attenuation.
that you asked right after. Mark said you have to make things up. I guess his whole goal is that you'll just believe him and not go research anything. That's
Yep.
his whole goal. He's
Do
just
the
trying
research,
to
guys.
fool the gullible. Okay. No one has to change.
So this cracks me up, and this is like every conspiracy theorist's playbook is like, yeah, just believe the thing. Don't be skeptical. Just be a sheep. Come on, sheeple. Like it's like conspiracy 101. I love it. But yeah, if you apply that same thing, it's like, hey, yeah, go ahead and believe that, like they say, you exist. Like, do you really exist, man? Does this table really exist? Do the research, man. Don't be a sheep. You're in the Matrix.
The attenuation rate of light. That's literally something he just made up. He just made it up. We just use the same attenuation rate for light that's always been used and it's always known and is verifiable.
Sorry, here's the weird thing. Earlier in this debate, I wonder if Mark's going to point this out. Because I feel like Austin just stepped in a big minefield. I mean, don't get me wrong. But he just stepped in a really big minefield because earlier in the debate, he talked about the guy who made the model that he keeps referencing said that the model doesn't work because of the light. Like, he literally said that earlier in the debate. He said he came up with this model, but said it doesn't work because the light doesn't work. Light doesn't work that way. And now he's trying to say, no, the model shows the light works perfectly. And it's like, no, you already gave that earlier. So I'm curious if Mark will, maybe he's so far down this rabbit hole with Austin that he might forget. But I seeing that expression on Mark's face, I feel like he's like, yes, you stepped on the mine. So let's see if Mark calls him on it.
Based on the density of the atmosphere. He just made this idea up that we had to make a new one because it's easy to make flat Earth sound so stupid.
See,
you have to make things up that aren't real.
You're just
You
doing
should ask yourself in
easy.
the audience, if flat Earth is so stupid, why is everything he said for the last hour and a half been a blatant straw man and a misrepresentation? So the answer is the same. That light attenuates. It doesn't travel forever. We have a small
Attenuation,
local light
guys.
source. It can be easily explained with the equal distribution over top of the surface of the Earth on a plane where it only lights up a certain portion of it. In fact, if there's some type of container, you can actually get 24-hour light around the outside. You can get perfect distribution. If you use the azimuthal grid of vision, it explains the exact day and night distribution of.
You guys, if there's a container, like we're in a giant tin can, and I mean, just something to think about, guys.
Of the Earth on a plane, and what a coincidence! It matches everything perfectly. So there you go. It's not. It's an ignorant position to think flat Earth can't be true because the whole sun, the whole Earth would be lit up. That is 100% not true, and frankly, very ignorant.
You're ignorant, man.
I got a good feeling about this. Yeah.
I don't.
I'm feeling good vibes.
I don't have a good feeling about this. I'm not feeling good vibes. Okay.
This is Dad's table, not yours. Theo, the fact that Dad entrusted me to run Royal Crackers says enough about whose table.
Okay.
All right, excellent. And I have a question here. Mark, you're creating flat earthers. Why do you tell the audience what they should think about what Austin says? You see, that appears deceitful.
No, I'm basically saying where Austin is 100% wrong. That's all. Austin.
I'm sorry. This cracks me up again. That's such a conspiratorial mindset where it's like, why are you trying to disprove it? You're just making converts. Why can't you just let the guy talk nonsense? It's like, honestly, why are you making the claim the tooth fairy is not real? Why not just let the guy go? Anyhow, sorry. Very funny. Austin is getting grumpy. It's fun to watch, though.
There are certain things and certain techniques that are used in debate that are blatantly dishonest. Austin's misrepresentation of what people have said. His gish gallop of bringing up multiple subjects, hoping that you can't address all of them. That is what I am.
That's the playbook,
not sort of
conspiracy.
So, I'm providing evidence, and what's telling is that Austin isn't providing any evidence. He's just making claims. That's the whole point. And every time I ask for evidence, it's just look at this guy's model that disagrees with me, or this is how it works, and no actual evidence for it at all. That's not telling people what to think. It's pointing out that hey, it's there's nothing here to look at all. And that's my job during a debate. So yeah, but you're entitled to your opinion. Go for it.
All right, thank you so much for that, and we'll continue on here. Just got to scroll back up because we have a long list. I'll say it again. All right, so
guys, can you feel the tension in the atmos in this room, like that we're listening to this debate in? It's a very tense atmos, don't you think?
Witsit, why does the paper you brought up say that the transitions are occasionally received at 500 miles, where with flat would always be received? Oh, okay. I think I understand what they're saying. So I think they're saying that on the flat Earth, it would always be received, and the transitions are occasionally received at 500 miles. It's not perfectly worded here, but I hope you understand what they mean.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, basically, like, why is it only received a few percent of the time on a flat Earth? It should always be received. But that's incorrect because we have something called attenuation based on weather conditions, the density, the turbidity
Wait a minute,
of the
you
air.
guys. Have you noticed, like, every single question he's been getting, he's like, look, guys, attenuation. Remember that. Like, I'm going to put that in my pocketbook for if a client's like, hey, why did you make this decision? Why did you make that type big? Look, attenuation. Okay, attenuation. Okay, let's attenuate to the rest of this.
And topographical obstruction, we can't send the radio waves the same distance every single time. But it should never be received ever on a globe Earth from that far away. That's the point. We don't expect to always receive it at the same distance on a flat Earth because there's turbidity and attenuation in the atmos, and there's topographical
in the atmos
obstruction. So pretty simple.
Oh my gosh, I love
Awesome. This. All right, and thank you guys for being great sports here. We got lots more questions, but I actually just got a message from James. So everybody, James is here in spirit. So I have a message from him. He wants to remind you all that we have on April 22. Oh my goodness!
I will encourage you guys definitely subscribe to Modern Day
So
Debate.
on April 22nd, Fort
Worth,
to check the links in the descriptions for DebateCon. So that's going to be happening, on April 22nd. So, that's going to be a fun one to watch later and be like, oh, I said that. So let's continue on with our Q&A, guys. This has been great. So let's see here. Austin, explain what is radio wave and how it works.
Why would you want a flat earther to explain stuff to you? I thought we were stupid. It's crazy. It's funny. I like, what's the thing about this? What's awesome thing about this? He's an idiot. He doesn't know basic things. What do you think about this? So what are radio waves? They're EMF, they're electromagnetic frequencies, they're a non-visible spectrum of light. You'd have to get into what is electromagnetic frequency, what is light. The non-visible spectrum of light is actually the same thing as the visible spectrum of light. It's nothing more than perturbation of the background, an excitation, a vibration, a displacement of the background. It's already there. It's just illuminated or not illuminated relative to the spectrum of vibration. So radio
So you guys, it's a perturbation of the attenuation.
waves are the same thing as light. Of course, they're both light. One's visible, one's not. We call visible light light, when in fact it's just illumination. And it's the same thing as a radio wave. And it's a perturbation of the background medium.
Perturbation
Electromagnetic
of the attenuation.
manifestation in the material world is because of a
Guys, it's a perturbation manifestation. Attenuation.
disturbance in the background medium. I know some of the concepts may be foreign to people, but that doesn't make it word salad. Word salad would mean that it's incoherent and doesn't actually make sense put together, which it clearly does. So that's the answer. Radio waves are
Attenuation.
just nothing more than the perturbation or excitation of the background.
Excitation.
Same thing as light. It's just not.
Oh
visible.
yeah, that's not word salad at all.
All right, excellent.
The
And,
perturbation. Citation.
Ozian, the gamer, $5. Thank you so much. We have ground wave propagation goes over mountains along the ground. So if Earth was flat, it travels over mountains. A curve is no problem.
Attenuation.
Okay, so it shows that you guys don't understand it, but
Yeah.
so whenever we know that there's topographical obstructions such as
Okay, here's the other playbook. Anytime you're kind of like stumped or not clearly explaining something, you just go clearly. Okay, you guys are clearly not understanding this. Okay. I love it. Okay, let's continue.
mountains, we always shoot the radio transmissions from higher elevations. Okay, we shoot them from much higher elevations. Yes, we do, because we know that topographical obstruction will drastically decrease the efficacy of propagation, and it will limit how far you can send it. Topographical obstruction is one of the main.
Wait. Topographical obstruction of the I can't even keep track. He's saying like derivation, libations, attenuations. He's really into the Asian for like kind of add like words that just don't connect at all with this point. And I think he was saying like perturbation or something. I can't even remember.
Things accounted for in radio
Hard to keep track of.
Now, logically speaking, 10 meters up,
logically,
or 10 feet up, where do you shoot that where there's nothing on the ground? Well, they intentionally shoot these long range where there's not much topographical obstruction or elevational change. Yes, they do.
Yes,
and it's a
they
10-foot meter, or it's a 10-foot antenna, but it can be at a higher elevation. So that's why when you see towers in your real life, you always see them at higher elevations typically, because that's when they're able to reach further. So yes, mountains do in fact obstruct, which goes to support my point. The mountains can obstruct the radio transmissions if they're at too low of elevation, because radio transmissions do not just travel through Earth.
Attenuation, elevation.
Earth. Okay. So they get blocked, and yes, they keep spreading out. But when you have 31 miles, you can't go 500 miles because it's not going to spread out and then just magically continue to gain in amplitude. So there's the answer. Yeah, of course, it gets blocked by the Earth. That was my point, that the Earth blocks radio waves.
Can travel over mountains, though.
It doesn't. No, it gets blocked by the mountain.
Yeah, it can.
Does it get blocked by the mountain?
No, not necessarily. No.
Cite it.
Sure.
Made that up. We can move on. Basic makeup.
If you want to move on, I didn't know if Mark wanted to expand on what he was saying there, but
He can if he wants to, but he made it up.
No, that's fine.
Okay, you're good. All right, I'm just getting under their super chat, copy and pasted here. So we'll just continue on here. Hey, Mark, why don't you just concede that Jesus made the earth flat by magic so that we can end these debates? I thought that one was fun.
I think that says it all, really. Yeah.
Well,
I actually do think it is a faith-based position. I sort of when I started out, I sort of went, well, not all flat earthers, have a theistic view or whatever. But the more that I'm sort of talking to people, I realize that really its foundation is a religious belief, essentially.
Blatant straw man. Mark knows that he's straw manning, but his entire tactic is
not
to
religious.
Straw man
is to personally belittle other people, because that's the
Are you
only
not
argument.
Religious?
That's the only argument he has, is also to interrupt. But the reason that so many people that are flat earthers believe in a creator is because if you had two brain cells that work simultaneously, you'd understand that if the Earth is a stationary topographical plane, that would mean it's geocentric, which means that it had to be placed there. So they find out that if the Earth is in fact the center of everything that exists, something had to put it there. And there's a huge range of beliefs as to who did or what it is. No one thinks the Earth.
Oh, I kind of forgot that they actually don't think that the so that doesn't make the sun the center of the universe. So like all of, oh my gosh, it would have to be the most epic conspiracy ever. Think about it, like everything in space, all of space travel would have to be manufactured and fake. Like all of satellites, like somehow the technology that we use on our cell phones every single day to call people all over the world, like it has to somehow just, it's a big myth. It's like all of the rockets that are being sent into space to launch satellites, all of the global threats of like intercontinental ballistic missiles, all of this stuff would have to just be everyone's colluding to, block the knowledge. It's just such a vast, amazing conspiracy. Again, like, how does that happen? That's fascinating.
Is flat because they're religious. Many people find out there has to be a creator because the Earth is stationary, but they'll keep running with the gaslighting narrative that
the Earth is stationary. Oh,
everyone believes flat Earth is because of their religion, so they can discredit them personally and avoid the true situation is that people come to a creator by recognizing the truth, not the other way around.
Okay, like as a believer myself, I will tell you I didn't come to it from like listening to a flat earth argument or like a young earth creationist argument, because they're absurd and you can't argue those things. Like you just can't. Like I mean, you can try, but like you're not going to make compelling arguments for either of those things. They're both really insane. One's even more insane, which would be the flat earth. The other is pretty hard to like honestly, I don't think has any credence, but at least there's some kind of like thing you could hedge. But this is just like a denial of reality. It's bizarre.
Yeah, so I'll just finish because the question was for me. Yeah, this isn't just a straw man or anything. It's just a correlation between the religious
for reasons
people that believe in a flat Earth. So highly credulous people like Austin here will sort of make it an article of faith that the Earth has to be flat, and so he is basing. And his excuse is, well, I base my belief on the flat.
There's also a biblical passage that talks about the earth resting on pillars. Does he think the earth is literally a flat plate resting on pillars? Like it, I don't know. At some point, you kind of have to accept metaphor, dude.
Flat Earth, not the other way around. Well, great. It's still an article of faith. So congratulations for proving my point.
Wow, you'll get it one day. Watch it back. Maybe watch this stream.
Yeah,
back.
You'll get it one day, Austin. Like, just take some flights, mate. Get out of your country. See the world.
Yeah.
See the globe.
Get out of
get out of. No, well, get out of. Oh yeah, I'll get out of my house all the time. What are you talking about? Go traveling, Austin. Have you ever taken the Johannesburg to Perth flight?
Have you?
Just take that flight. Yeah, I live in Perth.
Wow, you've taken that exact flight.
Yeah.
Why are you gonna say it on live camera like that, bro?
I got it.
Oh my gosh. Okay, the guy's so in denial that he's saying that the guy hasn't taken a flight to the country he lives in, the area he lives in. Good lie, bro. I can't. Okay, sorry. Whew.
What are you talking about? I've got friends in Cape Town, you moron. Okay. Oh wow! So yeah. So Austin, have you ever left your country?
Maybe you went.
Austin, have you ever left your country?
We'll move on from here, fellas.
Yeah. See, he doesn't want to answer. Like, why don't I get the last word if the question was for me?
Yeah, fair
why
enough.
Does Austin got to interrupt all the time? Why do you have to do this, man?
Well,
last word, man.
It's not.
Yeah, if I could.
The last word. It's more about like I do feel like you probably did answer the question there, Mark. But if
this is it, folks. 4th and 1. No timeouts. Johnson lines up under center ice. Henderson lined up wide left. He'll fire to the right.
If you did want to finish up what you were saying there, like the question specifically, I know that Austin injected a little bit there, but if you wanted to wrap up there within like a 30-second window and move forward.
So a company I used to work for, they had offices in Cape Town. So the only flight that you can't go direct to Cape Town, you have to go through Johannesburg. So Austin is just, doing what Austin does, and that's just being a jerk, so I'll leave with that.
Oh
All
man,
right.
they're getting low.
So we will move on here.
To be fair though,
For
he's been
Witsit,
needling him this
what
whole
is
time.
Saturn? This is from Dr. Chris Thompson for $5. For Witsit, what is Saturn?
Yeah, good
Also, how
question.
do you explain its apparent spherical shape and the shadow it casts onto its rings?
Good question.
Saturn. Okay, yeah. So I've looked through telescopes and digital cameras at Saturn. It's not nearly as resolved as the CGI 1,000 layered, resolved and corrected RGB filter applied images that we see, or the
CGI RGB filter. Does he even know what RGB means? You're just saying it's not as resolved. Sorry, maybe he doesn't realize, like, at some point, like, maybe somebody who's a graphic designer will hear what you're saying and be like, that is insane. I don't just click RGB filter to get better resolution on an image. There's no like button that's like, ooh, let's press the RGB button. RGB is just the light spectrum that you see on a screen, dude. Anyhow, but again, like, it's the conspiracy thing where he's just like RGB CMYKFYP attenuation for reasons.
Emitted visualization lab NASA images, which are computer generated. So when you actually look through a telescope, you don't see like incredibly high definition shadows and clouds and all this crazy pseudoscience that comes from CGI made up nonsense. Yes, it does appear to have like a ring around it. So all energetic expression is a double torus with a vortex to the middle where you could draw a sphere around it. So that
Wait, all energy is a double torque with the vortex? What is he talking about? I can't. I cannot. He accused the guy who lives in Perth of not having taken flights that can't exist. So no, I don't think he knows what RGB means. The RGB spectrometer.
doesn't surprise me. The light in the sky is clearly energetic. And of course, regardless of what it is, it doesn't prove that the Earth is a tilted, wobbling, spinning, and revolving ball in a vacuum. It's insane to me that people think that it does. So,
oh my gosh!
All right, got you. Thank you so much for that. Let me
we
see
need
here.
to like sponsor,
Yeah,
like we need to like come up with a program that sponsors sending this guy and like 10 other flat earthers to space. Make it a reality show. The reality show could be the budget for the project, right? You could make these guys astronauts. They'd be the best astronauts ever. It would be the most entertaining show in the world. Can you imagine a show where they take like the top like 5 like flat earthers and put them on a spacecraft and just take them outside of the Earth, take them outside of the Earth, fly them around the moon once, just maybe take them to the space station so they can chill on the International Space Station. And like the reason it should be a reality show is they'll probably be on the International Space Station and they'd be like, these windows, you guys, the windows are fisheye windows. That's why we're seeing what we're seeing. Gary was saying, please have Austin on Artcasters. I want to. I'm a fan. Oh my gosh.
A lot of I was gotta keep scrolling up here. $5. Retro Reister Gaming. Mark, why are you so angry? It's okay. The Earth isn't a ball. Don't make this awkward. I don't think you need to answer that one if you don't want to.
No, I'm not really angry. It's just it's baffling why people hold this archaic, thinking that's been outdated for centuries and centuries, and
truth,
seem to live in the medieval era where they're safe and secure in the knowledge that some deity's watching over them. I have no idea, but you want to do that, that's fine, go for it. It's just
oh, he went to the religious hit.
Absolutely ridiculous.
I get it.
Emotions to kids and stuff, as some of these flat earthers do.
you can peddle that they're insignificant, that came from evolution, nothing matters, or a tiny speck of dust. The Earth's 4 billion years old, asteroid killed dinosaurs. They're related to rats and strawberries, and that nothing special about them. And there's no creator watching over them, and that's okay.
Oh
Your
my gosh.
pseudoscience.
Sure, man.
Oh my gosh. So this guy this guy just went through a litany of the stuff that bugs me about fellow believers. Because again, like I'm not like I don't think it was made in 7 days. I just can't see that. It just science seems to go against that. It doesn't mean I don't believe. It's just guys like this Austin guy, you're really not helping, man.
Religious in school,
man.
Well, you don't condone that?
No,
stuff
no,
being
no, no.
taught?
Also, no. It's my time to respond. Please keep hold of yourself. So, if you want to debate on evolution, I'm more than happy to. In fact, I would love a debate on evolution.
Okay, I also want to give credit. Okay, Mark is really good at this. Like he has a really so he didn't have the best performance like mid debate. But one thing I really appreciate about him is his like keen wit and memory. So like every time he's done an ad hom toward the end, he's recycling ad homs that Austin did himself throughout the debate. So it's fair game. Like, I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like, I love that he was doing that. He even did the like, oh, why are you getting mad kind of thing that Austin's been doing throughout the entire debate. Very well done. Mark's kind of, I think he's a good closer. Like, I don't feel like he didn't have a bad beginning. It was smart of him to isolate on 3 points because when you're dealing with conspiratorial thinking, it'll gish gallop. And then this ending is just, Mark is just, I don't know. I feel like he's murdered it at the very end. He's just done a really good job. So well done. Just on a debate performance, he's very good at closing. I've noticed that.
Evolution challenge goes out. Debate me on evolution.
I'll never debate you again after your behavior in this debate. I'm sorry.
No. You're a coward.
Your
Debate me on
behavior.
evolution.
You interrupted
Your
me
behavior.
500 times in this debate and screamed
Debate
and
me on
cried the whole
evolution.
time. Okay.
Oh,
I heard my answer.
So yeah, you just don't. What you want to just throw that out, but don't actually want to debate on it.
Debate me on
Typical,
atheism versus creationism.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, I'll consider it because I have to re-examine
Sure.
your behavior, which was
Sure.
incredibly unprofessional.
No. I'll do that debate.
Mark, your behavior was very unprofessional. The whole time that we were debating and I was saying, why are you getting mad? Why are you getting mad? You eventually got mad. It's just unbelievable conduct. I am so shocked at it. I like that he's incredulous at this point.
Hey, when are we doing it, Austin?
I'm saying I'm
a
going to decide
fan.
if I agree to debate you again because your behavior was so
Sure.
unprofessional.
If you want to send an email
Sure
to
you will.
James, I'm sure he would arrange it for you.
Yeah, I'll send that email. No problem at all.
That's not going to be a problem, I don't think, to get you guys back on and doing a debate on the topic. But if you guys
Your
feel like we should
behavior,
change the
I am
format,
shocked, sir.
That's fine by us. We have
How
no problem
dare you, sir.
giving you a different format. If you want to have a muted discussion, specifically, that's fine. We can get both parties to consent to that before we proceed with doing a different debate. But moving on for our super chats for now. All right, Alex Williams for $5 says, "Ask Professor Dave once asked."
As Professor Dave is
once
the best shutdown I've
Do
seen.
you have a model
Better.
that can show day/night and the seasons?
Yes, it's super easy. If
Oh, it's
you
all
even
easy.
research
Everything's
Flat Earth
answered. Just
for a couple
research.
minutes, you would know this. I actually explained to you that you can use the azimuthal grid of vision to explain everything: day and night distribution, the seasons,
Hey, you
the
guys,
different
attenuation.
positions of the stars, the different
Azimuthal grid of
rotation of the
vision.
stars, the equinox positions of the sun and moon, set and rise, the directions in which they come. You can explain all of it: the azimuthal declination readings, all of it. All of it's perfectly explained with the azimuthal grid of vision. Even without it, yeah, it's very simple. Seasons are very easy to
Simple.
explain. The sun is closer to the north in their summer and closer to the south than theirs, and that's what the analemma shows us. And time lapse of the sun actually shows us throughout the year with the pinhole camera. So it's very easy to explain. I mean, yeah,
Has to be a
speaking of
pinhole
Professor
camera,
David's
guys.
hilarious. He's afraid to debate me on a fair, non-biased, moderated platform. So yeah, these are very easy questions to answer. And if you're still hung up on it because you're listening to people on the internet that will, until they
Okay, so I have to cut in here too because only a conspiracy theorist would call almost any question easy. Like those aren't easy questions. Like it takes years. Like my son, like in school, it took them like a month to go over like just how clouds form. And like the cycles of water, and getting into seasons and what causes seasons and stuff like that. Like, I hate to say this, but science is complicated and not easy. And if you think it's easy, you might actually be thinking of a way too simple kind of bullshit idea. That's just my take on it. But it's like, I think a good hint, if your belief or your belief about like I would doubt a cartoonist who'd be like, "Hey, you should make comics. It's easy." I would just instantly be like, "This guy doesn't make comics." Like, I wouldn't believe it. I wouldn't believe somebody's an expert on comics. If you talk to a cartoonist who really knows cartooning, they're not going to be like, "It's easy." Anyhow, just throwing that out there. Anyone who's saying something's easy, maybe it's easy for you, Austin, because you're not doing a lot of hard thinking.
They die, repeat the same easily disproven talking points regardless. You're never going to get to the truth. You have to actually want to get to the truth.
Yeah, do the research. Break the matrix.
All right, we'll move on. Beamsy for $10 says, "What's it to answer your," they said, "stupid question." They're coming at you here a little bit. So to answer your question, the Earth magnetic field, the core and mantle are not uniform. This creates abnormalities in the magnetic field. We have seen this with ground penetrating radar.
And I know that you think that was a good answer, like to basically assert the radar thing, like, oh, no one's going to know that. No, actually, I've read through dozens of papers that are very complex regarding the discrepancies within the asymmetrical.
You guys, I've read very complex papers. I'm just saying.
Distribution of the geomagnetic field and the geodynamo precession.
Geodynamo.
And 100% is not explained based on the difference in the layers of the Earth, okay? They're trying to explain why the outer core would have to have an asymmetrical distribution. They're trying to explain the variance relative to the outer core, and there is no direct mass distribution or change in layers that directly explain the variance and the lack of strength. For example, that's why we have something called the South Atlantic anomaly. It's called an anomaly because they cannot explain it. They do not know what causes it. The geomagnetic field should be symmetrical.
You guys, there's something they can't explain, but I explain everything. Oh, really? Do you have evidence? Do you have like scientific research? Do you have like mathematical? No, but it explains everything.
Based on the geodynamo model. So basically asserting that it's because of the layers and then saying radar doesn't actually work on me, maybe other people. That's actually not true. Harvard.
So saying the layers and saying radar doesn't work, but saying sun attenuation works.
Stanford and Yale all agree they do not have in any way a viable explanation for this anomaly or for this discrepancy of asymmetry.
All right, and we'll continue on from there. Thank you so much for that answer there. What's it? Jag Hardgrave for $10.
Okay.
Mark, can you explain
Guys,
why we see
we've been going for 3
different...
hours. We've been making some interesting content here. We've been watching some interesting content. We played a game of global domination. I shouldn't say global. I don't want to offend my earthers out there, so I should say what would I say? Oh yeah, world domination. So we've had a really interesting time, but we're at 3 hours, so I'm going to put on a trailer because I need to finish this very last panel. It's not the last panel, but the 4th panel minimum before I can go to sleep or play another game of Risk. I'm feeling good about it. I think I can get the shading done. So bear with me. I'm going to put on a trailer. And when I come back, we're going to rock and roll some art and potentially watch more of this intriguing content from Modern Day Debate and continue to riff on it and have fun listening to it and commenting on it. I'll be right back. Let's put on this.
Hi, my name's Chris and I like comics. I want to talk about this comic for a second here. I just got this in. I ordered it direct from my local comic shop through Diamond Distributing. It's Joshua Kemble's Jacob's Apartment. I really enjoyed this book. There's all kinds of comics out there, let's be honest. There's fun comics, there's superhero comics, there's young adult comics, there's adventure comics for kids. There's so many different things under the planet. But there's also an entire subgenre of alternative books. Real life, real world depictions in comic book form. Situations that happen to each and every one of us. And this is a fine example of that. If you get a chance, order this book from your local comic shop. You won't be disappointed. I can't sing its praises high enough. Okay? Check it out. Check Is a Pogren by Joshua Kemble.
Awesome. We are back. We are back with a bang. We're going to watch a little more of this modern day debate, comment on it, and finish pencil or rendering this panel, and then possibly do one round of Risk as a reward for finishing a day's work in comic land. I'm working on a comic called Not Death But Love, The Strange Supernatural Story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. And we're listening to Modern Day Debate, and it is this dude, Mark Reed, who's fighting for the globe versus Austin Wizit Gets It, Flat Earth. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. So far, Mark has been closing it with gusto and an impressive ability. So I think he pulled it together at the end.
Sets of stars in the southern portion of the S hemisphere compared
Can you guys
to
hear
the
it?
northern part of the N hemisphere.
I hope the
and
volume's
how this
coming.
is impossible on a flat Earth.
Yeah, so basically it's because of the curvature of the Earth will eventually lead you to not be able to see the stars on the other side of it. It's all easily explained on a globe model. It's the reason why Polaris, for instance, will never be seen but below a certain latitude of the southern hemisphere. Mostly they can be, like if you're at the equator, you can see at some point in the night all stars, because like, all of them are available to you as the Earth spins. And you can see that with the star trails that go from side to side, which wouldn't work on a flat Earth model that Austin's presented. At the equator, you should see all kinds of weird stuff. But once you get past a certain latitude, the curvature of the Earth blocks your sight to those stars. And we even see them get lower and lower in elevation as we travel north or south. We see them get lower and lower in elevation as we follow the curvature of the Earth. With Austin's model, you have to have magical bending light that sort of bends in all
Attenuation
kinds of directions in order for you to have that dip going down. But on a globe Earth, it's very easily explained.
You don't need magically bending light, just so the audience understands. It's how the light appears in your azimuthal grid of vision to
Yeah,
bend
it's just an
towards
azimuthal
you
grid of
relative
vision,
to the
guys.
observer. He's saying that it has to bend a lot because he's just reading the description of the anti-flat earther who made the model, who actually tried for months to make it disprove flat Earth, found out he couldn't, so just released it and said, "Oh, I don't think light could bend this way." But it isn't about light physically
Yeah.
bending; it's about how the light's observed. And the guy was asking you about seeing Polaris below the equator, where the curve of the Earth should block Polaris, and we shouldn't be able to see it.
Yeah, light doesn't bend in the way that describes. That has to happen, and it doesn't. And an azimuthal grid of vision
Wait a
doesn't
second.
explain it either. It's just sort of a.
You guys, I'm inspired. Okay, I'm inspired by attenuation. So I'm gonna have Elizabeth's here, right? Can you guys see this? Okay, Elizabeth's here. She is looking at Robert, who's in the foreground. But Robert is also here. He's gonna be here. I'm gonna do this on my comic panel. I don't know why I didn't think of this, right? Robert's gonna be here staring back at her, but it's not Robert. It's just attenuation, right? So Robert is here. He's going to be like back here. He's both in the back and in the foreground because attenuation, right? This solves all problems in comics. If you ever make a sequential error where it's like, hey, wait a minute, that guy was on the other side of the room. How do you get there? Attenuation, boom, problem solved. Draw however you want on your comics. Don't worry about the line of action. Why? Because we don't need a line of action. Attenuation.
Crutch in which
Austin
to sort of say, hey,
has just solved all of our problems as sequential artists.
Direction it should do, and that's what it appears to do. But the only way that light can bend in the way that it's showing it, and even the creator of it said that it bends in an unrealistic way, is if you have an incredibly large mass, and obviously we don't have a black hole to bend the light like that, so it just can't happen. What Austin's trying to say is sort of don't believe your eyes kind of thing, like just believe that what you're seeing is somehow warped by perspective around, so my model makes sense. It doesn't make sense, and don't believe that. It's just sort of unrealistic, as the designer of his model has said. And it's fascinating that he can't come up with his own model and has to use one from somebody that sort of doesn't believe it's real.
Oh,
yeah, exactly, Gary. He was like, I've been killing myself worrying about this comic stuff when the whole time I could have just said attenuation. Exactly. You could have a character on the left side of the page. On the next panel, you could have them on the right without even crossing the line of action or showing the line of action being crossed by the character. Why? Attenuation. You could have the character floating in the air. And why? Attenuation. You don't even need to have them realistically sitting in the plane. Like, you've been making models, Gary. Gary, you use SketchUp a lot to kind of build environments and then scale the figures and worry about their scale in the environment. You don't have to. Like, make them giants in attenuation, right? It's like we need to have Austin on Artcasters because he could explain to us like this new method of we'll call it attenuated art.
Wow.
All right.
Well, it's
so pretentious. I've never debated someone so pretentious ever.
He's pretentious.
Creed 3 has broken records around the globe. It's the best movie in the trilogy.
So angry about
your pretentious, condescending, intentional deception.
Condescending.
It's not deception. It's not.
I specifically just said it's not the light physically bending, and then you repeated that the light has to physically bend over and over.
That's what the creator of the model said, right? That light has to bend in an unrealistic way.
The creator of gravity said that God had to be doing it. So you must believe that God exists. You see how stupid of an argument that is?
Oh my gosh, he's reaching.
That's ridiculous. Like, why don't you present your own model then, where light isn't bending unrealistically, Austin? Why don't you present your own model where light isn't bending unrealistically? So do I get the final word, or is Austin just going to continue to talk?
Well, I will say this. If it's going to be 4 minutes of him personally insulting me really pretentiously, then I'm not just going to sit here like as he gets an unimpeded attack Austin personally.
I insulted your model, actually.
I would ask, just excuse me, both of you. I would just ask that for the duration of the Q&A.
It's getting so dirty.
If you guys
want
to respond to each other's claims or answers to the questions, that's fine.
Gary said he's done for the day. Later.
Avoid,
good luck, Gary. Are you done, by the way? Getting close. I'm curious if you're on the last.
Here.
Anyhow, go get some rest.
We had a whole bunch more come on in, so
don't attenuate yourself. Like, if you don't show up to work, you can be like, look, guys, attenuation.
Explain each model.
I couldn't come to work today because attenuation.
Meteorology and how both create predictions on the weather. Mention the Doppler radio as well. So I'm going to kick this one over to Mark to answer, and we'll give you a minute, Mark, to outlay your answer for that. So explain how each model studies meteorology and how both create predictions on the weather. Mention the Doppler radio as well. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes there, Mark, and I'll be right back, okay?
Yeah, so with the globe model, basically most of the weather patterns are based upon the Coriolis effect. It's why that typhoons in the southern hemisphere rotate one way, and hurricanes in the northern hemisphere, or tornadoes in the northern hemisphere, rotate the other way because of that Coriolis effect. That effect, we can sort of generate patterns, and from these patterns, of course, the Doppler radio is, I believe it's basically radio waves that see where the low and high pressure systems are in order to predict weather patterns in the future. That's as far as I understand how meteorology works. But on the globe Earth, that Coriolis effect is very easily explained. It's very definitively explained. Why weather systems rotate in different directions is perfectly explained. Over to you, Whitsett.
Yeah, so people love to say that the hurricanes go the opposite way in the north and the south. What they provably all don't do that. They provably don't all do that. It's just a talking point. It's always a talking point. But of course, you have a vortex. If you actually look at the ocean currents, the magnetic flux, and the wind patterns over a plane projection, it all does perfect circles, concentric circles out from the center. Look at it on the globe, it's all over the place. It's inconsistent. It's all kinds of anomalies. It's very anomalous. Of course, the tides fit within this. Of course, you have tidal nodes, which don't make sense with the tidal theory of the globe model. And we actually use, for majority of our weather data, we have high altitude balloons that are sent up daily that gather our data using horizontal propagation, assuming a plane underneath it to gather the data, and mapped out over small segments of a plane and stitched together to try to make cartoons to convince people that it's actually on a ball. So actually all the weather data makes more sense on a plane projection, as can easily be seen by just examining the data projected onto both models.
They actually do spin in different directions, or usually spin in different directions in the north and southern hemisphere, depending on how close they are to the equator.
Shouldn't they always do that?
Well, it depends on how close they are to the equator, as I said.
So if it's further below the equator, then it always does it?
He doesn't understand. Okay.
Does not.
Sorry.
It does. Just look it up. I know you're just Googling it right now. Look it up.
Look it up. Do your research, man.
So if I show
you,
okay, we can move on.
We can move on from there, fellas, if you'd like.
Yeah.
We got some more chats here.
I am.
Yeah, I was going to say,
this.
if I ask a question to either one of you, if either one of you, like if I ask a question for Austin, if you have anything you want to grab, Mark, or if you need to use the washroom, feel free to. I know you just woke up there, so you know that coffee can sometimes do some stuff. So.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty tired, but it's just the start of my day, so I could go all day at this. Absolutely.
Okay, excellent. Well, I'm glad so. And you're doing good, Austin?
Yeah.
All right, excellent. So we have here, what does falsifiability mean? Thank you, Mark. So that's for you, Mark.
Okay, so falsifiability means that there are things that can be falsified about that if the model, that basically if the observations prove that they're wrong, a hypothesis is presented. If that hypothesis isn't comes true, then it proves the model wrong. This has been done all the time with globe Earth, and the whole point about it is that you've got to do experimentation and show you're working on that hypothesis. You can't just say, if the globe model is wrong, then X, then it's wrong. You have to actually demonstrate that the model has been falsified. So, you know, there's a lot of things that can be done like this, like the falsification of the flat Earth model. If we can, you know, bounce radio signals off of the moon, then that's falsification of the data. If boats vanish bottom up, that's falsification of it. These things are put in scientific terms into a hypothesis. It's like observation, questioning hypothesis, and the falsification of that hypothesis is the important part.
All right. No response there on your end there, Austin?
That was just so long. I'd rather just go next.
Yeah, that's all right. So we have right here. We'll skip that one. That's just kind of coming at you, Mark. So we'll go off to.
Cool.
Thank you for your $2.
Rate it out. I'm interested. Rate it out. Rate it out. I'm interested.
Well, I'm not sure. It says Mark.
Okay.
An ether vortex. SYM. Let me look up what SYM means because I don't.
Shake my
Shake your.
Shake your.
I am not.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not good at this.
Yeah, you can tell us in the live chat because we are.
I gotta
not,
Google that.
We are not those types of people. I don't think we know a whole lot of internet lingo over here. So that's all right. If we want to move on from there, we thank you so much for your $2 donation there nominally there. Beamsy for $5 says Woodsip. Why do you refer to physics when it's geologists that work with magnetism?
Wow, what a question. So again, the geomagnetic field is a known problem for the current globe Earth model. It is a fact. It is a huge problem. Okay, it has asymmetry. It has the South Atlantic anomaly. It has a greater variance in the magnetic field than predicted based on the movement with the predictions of geology. And when the poles are supposed to shift, it doesn't match at all. It's off by thousands of percent based on using supercomputers at prestigious universities and labs. For the last decade, they have not been able to get a model to even mathematically work, to be able to explain the convection currents coming from the core, to be able to explain any of it, the density distribution relative to the magnetic properties or the variance in the magnetic field, and I could go on and on. It's just a fact. Geology and the geodynamo model with the geomagnetic model do not mesh together at all. So that's the ironic part is I bring up physics because physics debunks the globe consistently. If you have a dynamo model on a sphere, you have a symmetrical magnetic field. You can prove this 100 different ways. That's not what we have on the Earth. And yeah, I point out that physics is bastardized because of a religious bias that comes from the Copernican principle, which was literally brought to us by sorcerers and sun worshipers, admittedly. I think it's weird that people think that's science somehow, that people worship the sun, so they made up a story.
All right. So we'll move on. Nick for $2. Mark.
Okay. I just found out that apparently there's so much about this. It was made by wizards. The Copernicus model was made by. Okay. Whew. Okay, we'll continue.
You're telling us what to think. Stop, dude. It's coming at you.
Look, I'm just presenting the fact of reality. The reality is that the globe isn't, the Earth is a globe. The fact of the matter is that it does spin. The fact of the matter is that we do see the effects of this all the time. The fact of the matter is there is a horizon and it's caused by the curvature of the Earth. There's no conspiracy. There's no sort of people trying to make you think what to believe or whatever. People are just presenting the facts. This is what scientists do. They go out to try and find facts. And sort of with everything that we've been sort of science has accomplished and discovered and achieved kind of thing, you rely on it for modern medicine, you rely on it for all kinds of things. We just present facts, and the fact is that the Earth is a globe. I mean, I could say the same thing. The flat earthers want me to think that it's a flat Earth. Like, I get that you believe that. It's not a fact. I'm sorry.
Nicely put.
Get fast relief of your worst allergy symptoms, including nasal congestion, with powerful Claritin D, so you can breathe better.
Okay, sorry about the ad. We're
Can
continuing.
you believe a story that was crafted to you? And it's a pseudo-scientific cult of scientism, where you just believe that other people think for you, and you hand your thinking over. This is what the Globe Earth model does. It convinces people to hand their thinking over to the idea of science and scientist and physicist. But when we get into the specifics, Austin just looks for random things that no one knows about. No, we're actually critiquing the claim with specificity. Again,
no.
Let me just make this point. This is a fact. You guys should go watch this documentary, Heliosorcery, or you should go to the summit, the True Earth Equinox Summit. You'll learn some of this, which is the way the current model was come up with is all philosophy and religion. Literally, the perfect shape's a sphere, philosophy. Oh, everything must be empty around us, privation, philosophy. Oh, we must go around the sun because we worship the sun because it represents illumination of oneself, philosophy, and religion.
Okay, this is absurd too, because the claim that the sun was the center of the Earth, I believe, got a lot of people killed. Like, because at the time the mainstream view was that the earth was the center, and like most people were actually believers in Christianity. So like that's really ahistorical. Like the idea that that was some sort of like secret agenda of like evil pagans or something. It's like, from what I recall too, am I crazy? I thought that like even the proof that the sun was the center of the universe was like made by a Christian, from what I understand. And I think they got like exiled and like really ridiculed by the church for that, because the church kind of ran everything at the time. So this is just like a weird kind of false history. It's very strange that this guy Austin is hitting, but I mean, he also believes there's a flat earth. So what can you do?
And the people that go read Copernicus's writings or listen to Mark misrepresent where it came from. Go watch Heliosorcery, the documentary, and you will find out alchemists, sorcerers, and sun worshippers objectively made the model. And if you think it's reality, then you have to think that they just happened to get lucky with their religion. Truth is, all evidence shows the earth's not moving, and you think everything's an illusion, and actually the earth is moving, and their religion's true. It's weird. It's a religion that hates a creator, and you should look into it. Using the word science over and over doesn't change the fact that it's a religion.
Okay, so just to sort of get away from the magic of sorcerers and whatever.
Yeah, sorcerers and wizards, really
maybe there's
solid
dragons in
ending
this,
there.
Who knows? So there's no sorcerers in science. There's no religious bias in science. A lot of people that do science are Christian.
Yeah,
and
Francis
Buddhist,
Collins.
and it really doesn't favor any religion over another. What they focus on, what we can demonstrate to be evidentially true. The whole idea that it's just one massive conspiracy of a bunch of magicians or sorcerers or something like that is just one of the more wacky things I've ever heard. There's institutions that focus on certain things, astronomy, geology, all around the globe, from different countries, different religions. People,
I gotta say, I kind of want to play D&D with Austin, because he's pretty into this wizard idea. I love it.
that are absolutely religious, still do science, and that their contribution is really good. There's nothing wrong with that. But sort of Whitsitt wants you to believe there's a big conspiracy. Well, it's just not true. There's no conspiracy. There's no sorcerers. There's no sort of sun worship. Nobody
bet $5 grand
worships
on
the
it?
sun. Excuse me.
I can't sit here for
There's no
5-minute monologues
sun
each
worship.
time, man.
You just did that, Whitsitt.
Because you went, then I went. Now you have another 10 minutes, and then I have to sit here for another 10
You
minutes.
just did that.
I'm trying to be cool,
Whitsitt,
man.
you
but it's
just
like,
did
We
that.
have
whatever,
so
go
many
ahead.
questions, so we
I know,
we
and
don't
it's
have
like,
a
he
whole lot
wants
of
to give a
time.
sermon every time.
It's fine for
Well,
us
then
to
why
have.
do you do it, Whitsitt?
Because you went once, and then I went once, but then you want to do another sermon at the end of it every time.
Look, the way this works is the person that was asked the question gets the last word. If
Okay,
you
the
don't
way it works
like
is
that,
I have stuff to do. So
Yeah,
can we try to respect each other and come to an agreement that we'll both try to keep it more concise?
Sure.
Thank you.
All
I'm
right.
fine with that.
Excellent. I appreciate you guys being so cordial with one another.
Oh my
I
gosh.
think that's why when you guys suggested having another debate, I thought, why not? You guys really do seem to communicate just fine as far as expressing your ideas to one another. Despite some interruptions, this has been great. So what we have here is we'll continue on with our discussions. We have T Baggins for $5.
T Baggins.
More of a thank you to you, T Baggins. If you want me to read it out, but it's not really a question. It's more like an attack. So we can move on from that. Zian Talks, $10. Wit, you don't have to answer for all things, so I am right, in quotation marks. So, sorry, I read that wrong. Wit, you don't have to answer for all things, so I am right. It's a giant argument from ignorance using his logic. I should reject all flat earth claims that have no explanatory power. Right, Whitsitt?
Sure. And we should apply the same logic to all globe earth claims that have no explanatory power. But that's the point you guys keep missing. And you just want to say, if I can come up with one question I think I can't work out on the flat earth, globe earth becomes real again. Incorrect. Okay, we can't explain tons of stuff on the globe. I just told you the core model, the geomagnetic model, the geodynamo model, the axial rotation and precession matching with the core model. The fact that you can't actually explain the Michelson-Morley without just presupposing that there's a whole new dimension and changing all of physics. You can't explain Mercury's perihelion shift. And you extend that into the rest of the universe, and you have a discrepancy of 95%, 86%, or 83% of the matter has to be something that's unidentified, undetected, blah, blah, blah. Oh, you're changing the subject. No, the globe Earth model makes all these claims. And if you can't explain all that, then someone like Mark would say, that's how science works. We don't know everything. But if a flat earther doesn't know literally everything about all of existence, then the Earth becomes a ball again. That's a very ignorant way of going about it. It just shows that you have confirmation bias and cognitive dissonance. And just to reiterate the last part, objectively, no matter how many people say gaslight me and say dragons and stuff, it was come up with by sun worshippers. You can go research it. That's a fact, okay? No matter what anyone says in the chat about me lying, go research who came up with the heliocentric model.
This is hilarious. Witsit goes, can we agree to be concise? And then goes on for minutes and minutes on end, bringing up multiple topics after. There was
maybe 1 minute.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no, that's time dilation.
We don't want to spend too much time commenting on
Yeah, it's okay. So this is the whole problem. That like flat Earth has huge problems in it, and you can point them out, you can point them out, you can point them out, and they can't really give a model to explain how they're overcome. That they want us to provide a model that covers absolutely any question they've got to cover, and this is what Ozian's trying to say. That if they don't provide a model, it can cover everything, and they don't have to provide answers to anything. Because what they're doing, and notice that most of Witness, what evidence has Witsit presented for a flat Earth? Not against a globe Earth, but again for a flat Earth. Almost nothing. In fact, nothing at all. He has not actually provided any evidence for flat Earth, only just trying to pick apart things that aren't really a problem on the globe Earth. But you can pick apart tons of stuff on a flat Earth that, you know. Oh, that was 30 seconds, Witsit. A minute, maybe.
Cool. Next.
Yeah, let's continue on from there. That's fine. So,
hypocrite.
Excuse me. We're going to try to avoid that. We can. So, we'll continue. $5 from Michael Loyne. There we go. Based on the assumption of a non-rotating flat Earth.
I gotta say, I mean, can't blame. I don't know. It's an interesting. It's been a fascinating debate. It's interesting to hear somebody with a wacky viewpoint that I totally disagree with. But it's also interesting to see how the debate is shaped out, because initially Mark started really strong, like I said at the beginning, like focusing on like 3 points rather than allowing the Gish Gallop was a really smart intro, so that I could kind of keep it targeted and like really address the issue with conspiracy. Because again, when you're dealing with a conspiracy theorist, they want a Gish Gallop. Inevitably, they never want to stick to 1 point. They want to hop points from point to point to point. So that was a smart move. He floundered a little bit by letting Austin kind of needled him like throughout the beginning of the debate, and almost lost his footing, and almost lost optically, oddly enough, like toward the end. But then Mark kind of carried it back and has completely pivoted and kind of brought it around, like not a bad pivot, but a smart pivot, to kind of start bringing up different needles and stuff that happened during the debate, to kind of point out some of the hypocrisy and the fact that Austin's like kind of crying wolf about behavior that he's engaged in throughout the entire debate. It's really interesting. I'm very impressed by Mark. And like, again, I didn't know if he was like, I'm not really familiar with him. I didn't know if he was a decent debater, but from this, I'm like, I'm pretty impressed. I think he did a pretty good job.
That's in quotation marks. And
I'm getting art done.
Quotation
so
is to
I love
NASA. The Earth is flat 100%.
I don't. What's the question?
I'm not sure. I think they've made a declaration, so we can move on if that doesn't seem fruitful for
I
conversation.
think they're talking maybe about, like, in one of the NASA training manuals somewhere says we assume a flat plane for this exercise, and it's sort of some flat earthers have taken it to mean you know, the Earth is flat, so says NASA.
It's just to
and
simplify
sort
the
of,
calculations. Okay, we can move on. We don't need to hear you repeat the script.
Well, I was just trying to.
Well,
you were reading into the question to repeat a script. with straw man fallacies
Oh.
built in. It's boring.
Well, they asked a question, Austin. I was trying to find out what
We were about to go on a
address it.
minute explanation of the documents from NASA. I summarized it in 3 words. Okay, I'm just trying to help us out.
Well, that's all right. It depends on whether you guys are pressed for time. I know we've been going for a little bit here.
Well, if there's a
I'm
lot
fine,
left,
but
sorta.
when someone sends in a
Yeah.
super chat, I address it. It's just being polite. I know you're
right.
not cool with that. But
All
You
right,
said the
well,
Earth's flat. You didn't address that at all. So we can move on.
we will move along since Austin is expressing that he gets moving here.
Sure.
Please.
Mark, give us 3 things we can do to prove flat Earth to you.
3 things you can do. I'm not sure. I mean, you could basically demonstrate it by maybe showing a photo of it. We've got tons of photos of a round Earth. You could do it by presenting equations in a proper way that shows that light can bend or our perspective changes in this way. Correct equations with mathematical proofs to show that this is happening. Or you could produce some sort of written paper that has been reviewed by physicists and people that know exactly what they're talking about, that show that the Earth is flat. Easy.
12 hours of uninterrupted pain relief. Aleve.
Yeah, like a peer-reviewed paper
University
would
Global.
probably help.
Apply now at purdueglobal.edu.
All right. We'll continue on for there. Siggy Sigwald 666. The angular size of the sun doesn't change, which should definitely happen if the Earth was flat. That alone should be enough for any reasonable person. I'm so sorry. I was trying to read that question and instantly all I could hear was
No, you're fine.
Iron Maiden
but-
in my head. So the angular size of the sun doesn't change, which should definitely happen if the Earth was flat. That alone should be enough for any reasonable person. And up to you.
Yeah, if you don't actually understand it, then you can show that focal points don't change. You can show all kind of different conditions. We have like 10 different demonstrations that show the angular size of a light wouldn't change. In addition to that, it would depend on the medium that it's in and what's between you and it. And of course, the most important part is actually we have an azimuthal grid of vision, which explains all of that perfectly, including the position, the declination, and the actual apparent size. So no, that's just a false claim that people make. And of course, it does change angular size throughout the year, as the moon also changes angular size, as if it was local. And you guys hijack that, claim it's proof of your model when you made your model from the fact it changes, then claim it should change every day because you don't understand that it actually shouldn't, because it's more like a focal point. We have an azimuthal grid of vision.
All right. And continuing on, Kurt Hanneman says, for $5, why are our heads shaped the way they are? Kurt, I'm not sure if this conversation is completely pertaining. Maybe
Evolution.
if we have an argument as to how gravity shaped our heads the way they are, I don't know if that's what they're implying here, or if there's something the flat Earth or globe Earth is going to entail there. But if either of you gentlemen want to comment on why our heads are shaped the way they are, that would be great.
Yeah, sure. So we basically evolved from more primitive basal form of apes or old world monkeys, and our cranians needed a higher brain capacity, whereas we evolved sort of less jaw strength and a higher cranial capacity to keep said more complex brain in. There you go. It's all that's required.
You heard it. You heard it here, folks. We came from the same ancestors as strawberries and rats.
Oh, like so long ago, sure. Yeah.
Okay. If
Like
you want to
ages
believe
and
your
ages and
ancestors
ages
the
ago.
same as a rat, go for it, brother.
Well, we'll get to that debate from the sounds of things, then, boys, another day.
I think that debate would be good. Yeah.
I think it would be too. Kango 44, $22. Witsit, I have watched you in many debates. If you care about the truth, why don't you go measure the shape of the Earth? People did it thousands of years ago. I think you're just fundamentally dishonest. $22.
Yeah, you
coming
think
at ya.
people did it thousands of years ago because you read a Google result and it said they put sticks in the ground and measured the size of the Earth, dude. Okay. I actually have gone out and made observations on the Earth many times. And we've done laser tests, mirror flashes, long distance observations, and all of these things far extend past the curvature of the Earth. The reality is, you for sure, and all the people that come mock the flat earthers haven't gone out into the world and tested anything. They've never taken a mirror and shown it 22 miles across a lake from the beach. They've never shot a laser across the lake. They've never did long distance observations from 6 inches above the Earth using the globe Earth prediction, seeing it way too far. They've never went and examined even the evidence other people compiled, like Canagoo being seen just on specific days where the sun goes beneath it, nothing to do with refraction, being, supposedly obstructed by miles, but we can still see.
I love that this guy is doing all of these experiments again. Like, maybe get a balloon, like one of those giant weather balloons. You can literally look up like a million YouTube videos where like dads will do this with their kids. You can launch one into the atmosphere, or I'm sorry, the Atmos. Right? And you can attach like something fun, like a Lego or something to it, and it'll float all the way outside into like, I forget what it's called, but it's like still within the earth, but it's like just on the outside. It's like lower space or whatever. And you can see the curvature of the earth from your own videotape. Like, you could actually do this experiment at home. Attach a GPS to your camera so when it lands, again, like there's YouTube videos of like average people doing this experiment for fun with their kids for like a really low cost. Now it's hard to like re-get your camera or whatever after that, but it's not like this crazy thing. Like, people have done this, like a ton of people have done this. It's not hard to do. Maybe you should do it if you're a flat earther. But then I think people are so convinced of this kind of thing, they'd be like, oh, it's a fisheye lens, it's a camera. Because again, I noticed he prefaced that like stuff had to be done with a pinhole camera. So I'm kind of wondering if they think all cameras make everything look like a round sphere. It's big camera is trying to reinforce this stuff. Maybe the cameras were made by wizards. I don't know. Anyhow, we have finished our fourth panel. It's about 12:30. So what we're going to do is I'm going to play a trailer. I'm going to close this out, call it a day for if you wanted to watch the rest of this debate, I encourage you guys to go to Modern Day Debate and check out their debates. They have wonderful debates on every kind of topic. If you're sensitive to hearing other weird viewpoints or other viewpoints of people that you might disagree with, I'd encourage you not to, because like you will be presented with people who clearly disagree with your worldview. Even in this case, listening to this, I think about 95%, I would say out of everything I've heard in this debate, I disagree with Austin a lot. But Mark, who I agree with the majority of what he said, also sounded like he doesn't agree with like a theistic point of view, which is interesting because that is counter to what I believe. But I like listening to these things because of the fact that you hear conflicting things, you hear great ideas. It sharpens your own viewpoint of what you think about life and stuff like that. So I'd encourage people to maybe have those on every once in a while when they're working on art or whatever. It gets the brain going. It'll help you be a stronger writer too, because you can empathize with other viewpoints. If I ever have to write a character who believes in a flat earth, now I know a little bit about it. And also I learned some really funny things today. I didn't know we would call it the Atmos and not the atmosphere. So we're going to play one more round of Risk Global Domination, but first I'm going to play a trailer and then we'll call it quits for this stream. Thanks for everybody who's hung in there and is watching, and we'll play one more game of Risk on stream. So I'll go ahead and pull up my Risk cam. All right. And I'm a master at Risk, and my goal is to try to become a grandmaster. So I'm going to go ahead and close that Modern Day Debate. And so that is what we will do. But first, I'm going to play a trailer. And this one will be this one. So I'll be back after the trailer, and we'll play one round of Risk and then call it a day.
Hi, my name is Phil Chandler. I'm a freelance artist, illustrator, and cartoonist. Today, though, however, I want to tell you about a graphic novel I picked up recently called Jacob's Apartment. This book was both written and beautifully illustrated by Joshua Kemble. It is the story of a doomed romance that causes the main character to question his beliefs and his faith, while he's also going through other tragedies in his life. Every page has been illustrated by hand and digitally colored with painstaking detail. It is an emotional story that causes you to think and even question things in your own life. And while the story is a tragedy, it is one that I was completely entertained by and I highly recommend. You can currently find this on Amazon or even check in with your local bookstore and see if you can order it. And while you're at it, you can also check out my Instagram at Phil Chandler Arts and also my YouTube channel by the same name, Phil Chandler Arts. And go buy Jacob's Apartment.
All right, and I think I already know what I'm going to call this stream when it's done. It'll be called something with attenuation, just for fun. All right, let's cap off the night with a game of Risk. So we're going to try to find a classic fixed game with preferably 6 players that isn't full, so that would be good. This has the AI difficulty set at hard. If they have AI in there, I think I'll get out, but let's see who's in there. I feel like I've seen those players before. We'll see if we can find a different game. Let's see here. If not, maybe we'll just go with that game and hope there isn't collaboration. So we'll see. All right. I'll walk through each step of this. I play Risk, and hopefully you can learn a little bit about the process. My previous game tonight, I miscalculated my end game and cost myself the game. But we will give it another shot. All right. Oh no, we have one character that's already defaulting to a hard bot, which is not going to be that hard to beat. Which one's botted out? Red. So I usually would at this point go for South America, but I think I just stack up my troops because red is going to just start eating territory in very stupid ways. I would have held that 6 and 5, but I'll consolidate them both to the same spot. You know what? I kind of like this. No, I like this spot better because I have more attack possibilities. So we might opt, just because we're right next to the bot, we might opt for a no territory game for a little bit and see where that goes. Yellow is definitely going to close Australia. We'll see if purple contests it. If purple's more experienced, they'll go for Europe, but they'll be contesting it with pink. They could also try to go for North America, but they'll be contesting that with my 4 and 3. North America is kind of all over the place, especially with the bot. I actually don't know what yellow's doing. So yellow's not going to take a card. Interesting. Orange. I don't know what orange is doing either. Orange added 1, and are they going to take a card? They're going to take a card. Where are they going? Okay, they're hitting. Okay. I don't know where orange is trying to go. I think they're trying to tell me to move, but they're not giving me a path out with my 3. Interesting. Red is a robot. Red will definitely close out and also eat my 1, probably. Red will just continually eat as much territory as it can. Interesting. Okay, we have red with solidly fortifying a territory. They're a robot. Purple is in position, but they're spread out, and I think they're gonna. Are they gonna contest Australia? Are they gonna do the long game? Does the 3 move to the 6, or does the 6 move to the 3? Ooh, purple with a okay start, but not so great. I don't like that my 3, my 4, and my 2 are so spread apart, and I don't know how keepable those will be. Purple does not have a very strong start, though. Smart to move out, though. So purple isn't bad. They moved out of Australia. That was a good move. Pink is going to fight the bot. Good. Good for you, Pink. Pink is definitely going for North America, and they're also isolating my 4, which I don't quite understand. I think at this point, maybe I make a play for... I want to just get into Europe, possibly. I'm going to kind of cede Africa to the bot. So right now I'm the lead. That won't last because we have 2 people who've already consolidated territory and no one's contesting them. I think my best play is to let the bot take as much territory as it wants. It's not really well defended. Orange wants to go to, I think, the US, but orange is kind of stuck in Asia. And they keep telling me to move without giving me a way out. Which is kind of a naive move on orange's part. Red will now try to take... They'll probably hit my 2. But they're going to try to take Africa. But they're also spreading themselves very thin, which is great. It's kind of what I want. It's a bad bot, so shouldn't be hard to rectify that a little bit. I just don't want to get in the habit of battling the bot. Purple is claiming, I think, North America. I think. But they don't have a very solid claim against my 12. I also, with the bot in the game, don't see a lot of benefit to fighting the bot. I want to leave that to others. So pink just hit a 5 stack for no reason. I would have moved that 5 if they had moved their 3. So pink is going to get eaten alive by this robot, which I think is a good thing. And now they're in position to attack the robot. So, hey, if you want to kill your troops on a robot, go for it, dude. I think I will just eat people's cards and move my 12 up. Do I have cards to cash in? Because this method I'm playing, ooh, I might die. As trying a method. We'll see. Yellow is doing an interesting tactic. I'm not quite sure what their goal is. I think they're trying to... Yeah, I don't know what yellow's doing. They're trying to discourage purple from taking Australia, I think. I want to see the battle of the bots with yellow. I think I'll even leave Europe. I want to see yellow and pink fighting the robot. I have absolutely no idea what orange is trying to do. It's actually kind of a weird game because the only person kind of playing with intention right now seems to be yellow. But I like the idea of letting red take 2 territories and get really powerful. And kind of putting people in a position where they have to fight. However, it wasn't advantageous that I was right next to the robot. I'm kind of okay with letting red take a ton of territory. That's part of this strategy. But this might come back to bite me. I've never tried this before. I want purple fighting the robot. Go for it, purple. Take Africa. Thank you. Yeah, go harder. Fight the robot. This is good news. So purple fell for the trap. That's good. Let's see how if pink joins in the quest to fight the robot. I am in a bad position though because I can't cash in my cards, and I think that pink hits my 1, and I think that orange hits my 3. Pink is going to try to close North America pretty soon, but they're going to be hindered. Pink is also putting themselves in a strange... Well, never mind. They're good. I think what I do here is stay at an 18 and then kind of do... Maybe I'll collect a card and move out of the way of orange. And hopefully I have a cash in. I do, thank God. I like the impending threat that red is going to give. And again, there's a chance this whole strategy backfires. Now, yellow is in a much stronger position than anybody on the board. They're the board leader currently. The second strongest position is the robot, which isn't very strong, very easy to break. Third strongest position is it's hard to read. I think it's pink. Orange is kind of waiting for a cash in to do a big move, and I think they might actually be trying to take Asia, which is a strange move. They also look like they're working a little bit in consort with yellow, which is interesting. I feel pretty good about this because I think that's going to annihilate purple. Yep, purple is going to be dead pretty soon. Which frees me up to possibly move my 18 down into Africa again. But it's like natural defenses. I'm just trying to play with what I've been given. And red's cashed in their cards. That's a good sign too. So purple is in dire straits right now, especially if they can't turn in their card. Yeah, they don't have a card turn in. So do they collect a card? Do they take the hit? If they're smart, they won't. But they've just pretty much suicided out of the game, giving those cards to pink. Interesting. Will pink take those cards? Does pink have a turn in? How many cards does purple have? Purple has 4 cards. Can pink take them out? Pink breaks yellow. They're going to break my 2, which... Oh, they're not. They're not going to take the cards. Oh, I love this so much. So I'm going to take the cards. Let's take those cards. So we're going to demolish purple. Purple's out of the game. Is there anyone else we can eat? Hmm. Cool. Purple's out of the game. We're still not a leader at the table, though. The lead is yellow. And I'm just going to hide here in Africa. I think yellow might try to annihilate orange. But they don't have the troop strength to do so. Also, orange has a 3 that's stuck in North America, which is keeping those, like, that 6, that 7, and that 5 alive. I don't know what orange is doing, actually. It's really impossible to tell. They do seem like they're acting like an arm of yellow. They have a good 4 cards, though. It'd be fun to eat orange. Now, red is going to eat a lot of my cards right now. Kind of by design. I want to be close to red's 1s. I also want red getting a little closer to pink. Red is dominating this game, too. The robot. I want to protect the robot and then move out. I want pink fighting the robot. Come on, pink. Join the fight. You're like Yoshimi. Fight the robots. Pink is in a pretty good situation, though. So Pink has 37 troops, and they're about to close North America. Can they take it? Red is going to be accruing a crap ton of cards. So what I'll do is move my 20 up, and that will allow the 9 to come and hit and close out Africa, assuming that pink doesn't start a war. Yeah, so I'm going to give red Africa again. We're just going to play this like ring around the rosy game for a little bit. I think maybe, in fact, maybe we do one other thing. So we're letting red kind of eat at us. And I don't have a good card turn in. So I'm kind of playing a dangerous game here, guys. But I kind of want to hang out until I can eat cards. And I see what pink is doing now. Pink wants orange to get eaten by yellow. They don't want to kill orange's 3 because they're concerned that they won't get those cards. So they're hoping somebody goes AWOL on orange. The problem is orange has 5 cards now. So what does orange do in their weird non-plan? And I suspect orange might be an arm of yellow. Just the way they're playing, it doesn't make any sense unless they're an arm of yellow. Especially if they start kind of suiciding, say, pink. That would be a very convenient move for yellow. So it's interesting that every move they're making is almost like they're part of yellow. Like orange is almost clearing Africa for them. And will then hit pink. Oh, I love it. Now I want red to take Australia. Because now red is clearing. I mean, if pink is smart right now, they make the move and they take all of... I mean, pink, this is the time to take North America. I'm surprised if they don't. This is the time. You kind of have to. Of course, pink will get broken by orange if orange is truly acting. That was a bad move. You need to break Africa if you're pink. That was a bad move too. That was a very bad move. All bad moves. Interesting. I'm moving out and I'm giving Australia to red. Have Australia, red. Have fun. Now I'm easily the weakest player on the board. But what I want is orange fighting red. I want pink fighting red. I want yellow fighting red. Maybe yellow hits me here. Especially if yellow is using orange, because they don't have to fear orange. So maybe they hit me just to take me out of the game. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, I don't think they're nervous about orange at all. And orange has a cash in. Okay, maybe they're nervous about orange. I think we need to move into territory where we can start challenging yellow. Then yellow will have to contend with red. Pink will have to fight red. I can take my fight to orange, who's kind of acting as a conduit for red. Unlocking yellow so that yellow can make an attack. Then moving out of the way. How convenient. So they're basically saying, yellow, you can eat me for my cards. Kind of not a fan of yellow. I feel like they're using a bot, or I don't know. But let's see red attack yellow. That's what I want to see. I want to see pink really in a rough spot. Pink's behaving in a really strange way as well. Why isn't pink kind of fortifying themselves? That was a good move. That's the first good move they've made in a while. Why the 9? Why are you wanting yourself out? It's like you're giving the game to yellow? You're giving the game to yellow. Interesting. So I have no doubt there's some collaboration going on here. So we're just going to go ahead and move. I'm doing like the ultimate passive play here. Because pink is going to get eaten by yellow. Yellow eats orange this turn if they're any good. It'd be somewhat insane if they didn't, but I've put them in a really bad position if that's their plan. Yellow closes themselves off from attack. I love it. They don't quite know what to do. Maybe they send their 6 into me because they have an alternate player. Kind of like that. Does orange come hit me in suicide? Orange has been playing a weird game where there's no benefit to anyone except yellow. It would only make sense if they suicide me at this point. Yep. You think? I have no idea what orange is doing. That's a really interesting play. So red will start fighting pink. Orange will continue to just be completely baffling. Red's 9 will hit my 1. There's 6. This is where the robot's bizarre. like wouldn't you want to stop pink? Pink is going to possibly dominate this game. I don't have a good turn in. Pink is definitely going to dominate this game. Or possibly not. How far do we let pink go? I have to bite a bullet and cost myself some cards. So the question is, do I break through? What puts me least at risk? I think this is the move to make. Now, pink might just suicide me, which would be interesting. I'm definitely in a pretty vulnerable position, and red might actually break me after this. My hope is that red fortifies to my 1, doesn't hit my 17. If that happens, I'm actually in pretty good shape, because that will prevent the suicide from pink, or at least dampen it down so that it won't be dangerous. The problem is we have pink handled now. Now we have to deal with yellow. Or sorry, yeah, yellow is our big threat. And yellow has the unfair advantage, I think, of having an alternate, which is orange. So that's going to be a really hard person to beat. Because orange is not going to go for yellow. They're going to go at pink, especially now that pink's vulnerable. Or maybe they will go for yellow. It's interesting. Maybe orange isn't yellow's alt. They're playing like yellow's alt, though. It's very strange. I like that yellow is contained there. So, again, my hope is, like, move that 11 down to my 17, please, red. Not the 6. They can still suicide me with that 6. That's good. Stay there. Yes. Yes. Start attacking them. Perfect. Now, the hope is that pink doesn't just go AWOL and kill me. They have a cash-in coming up, potentially right now. And they hopefully will just break my territory. We'll see. But pink, if they're smart, will maybe take England. But they might be so pissed about this that they want to get revenge. Oh, I love it. Pink's fighting the bot. And then they put themselves in position to where they can hopefully take action against me, but I will stop that occurring. I think I'm okay. I don't think red gets a cash in that can break my 19. And what's great is this sends red attacking them. Red can be taken out pretty soon, though, which is actually beneficial. Right now, we're at 32 troops. Yellow is definitely in the lead at 55. Red is last with 26. And pink is in third, I think, at 35, but gonna have to fight the bot to get there and need a lot of troops. They do have 5 cards to cash in, so they probably break my 9 next turn. Yellow is, I don't know, they have a strange relationship with orange. I'm not sure what's going on with orange. Orange has not played well at all. I have no idea what their game is. I think orange will probably die pretty soon because yellow is going to get really annoyed with orange kind of card blocking them, unless orange is yellow, which kind of seems is the case, but who knows? It's always a little suspicious too when the icon is exactly the same and the person's acting like a conduit, but they have eaten yellow a couple times. It's just a little surprising though. Like they're in a very symbiotic kind of relationship. Does orange, like, what is orange doing? Like, why doesn't orange take on yellow? It's very strange. Yes. Eat more of pink. Keep hitting them. You can do it. I believe you can do it. I believe in the robot resistance. I'm going to write a song about it. So proud of that robot. It's pretty boring playing with bots, but it can be fun. Does pink suicide me or get revenge? No, they don't want revenge yet. They do want to keep warring with the robot. I love it. Keep warring. Keep going. Yep, eat that one. That's cool. All right. They didn't even close out their territory. So we're going to take this low crawl and continue to take territory. So I want to be in position for when that 16 of oranges that's been patiently building comes through. We've also been going for about 4:30, so what I'll do is put on a trailer and then I will come back and let you guys know what happened. So here's a trailer for Jacob's apartment.
Clearly it seems that only in dreams can we be these things we've seen and walk around breathing things. certain things, they split at the seams.
Okay, guys, we're back. It looks like orange took a hit on yellow, but it's kind of a weird hit because it sort of lines up yellow for the win. Pink is dying very slowly, fighting the robot, which I love. Am I evil for saying that? I think strategically I need to prepare for that 34 when it comes, eats all of those orange cards. I am prepped for, right now I'm kind of proofed from everybody except yellow, or not yellow, pink, which might decide to suicide me on the next turn. So I need to kind of proof up my, hopefully 16 will be enough to stop it. Because pink's not going to be a fan of me taking America from them. I think orange has a cash in, so maybe orange goes at yellow because orange seems really mad at yellow. But I don't think orange survives this turn because I think that, I mean, yellow's in a really strong position. I am now in second place. If pink suicides me, I'm not going to be in second place. Hopefully pink is still distracted with their war against the robots. Yellow is definitely going to see me as a threat at this point. Yellow's playing it real safe and slow, and they're at 49. I'm going to out-earn them pretty soon. They're not going to eat orange's cards, which is a good sign because I think orange now is going to be very pissed at yellow if they're not just a conduit for yellow. And I think they, on their next turn, do something crazy like suicide yellow. Did they have a card to turn in? They didn't turn in their cards? That makes no sense. There we go, 6 troops. Do they slam them into 34? You know you want to, orange. You know you want to slam them into that 34. So right now I am the lead at the table. Maybe they're going to come at me now. Maybe orange makes their play at me. Pink is kind of out of the game but might suicide me. We're just doing the slow play. It's important to be kind of slow and patient here. I have to watch red because red will come at me when they can, but right now red is going to be eating yellow, pink. Ooh, I love it. Red goes at... Now the war with red has moved on. Does red have cards? Red has 3 cards. If they get 10, they can go to 24. So I need to buff up my 20. As long as I stay... Oh, if pink, though, starts assaulting red, I'm in really good straits. Go for it, pink. Yes. Break their territory. Now hit their... Now hit Australia. Oh, you want to. Come on. You know you want to. Oh, I love it. think I let them. Do I have a cash in? Don't have a cash in. So I need to. I don't want to piss off Pink too much. If I break Europe, I really piss off Pink, and I want Pink mad at the robot. That puts me in okay straits. Hopefully the robot doesn't kill me. If the robot hits my 24, my whole robot plan fails epically. Yellow is in a solid lead and is in position to completely annihilate orange. I'm kind of surprised they haven't yet. But also they're in a bad position because they're surrounded by huge cards, so they're going to take a hit every time they have to eat a card. Maybe they put themselves in position so they can attack me because I'm their biggest threat. But no, they're at war with orange, so we're in a good position. I hope orange has a cash in on their next turn. Red has 28 troops. Now, there is a chance Pink, when they get their card turn in, if they survive, I don't think they do. I think Red hits them. If they survive, oh man, Orange is going to have 4 cards. That's 4 cards that Yellow can get. I think Red continues their assault on Pink. I think they have to. Because they can't hit my 24. Yes, break Pink. Keep going, Red. Yep, eat it all. Now I gotta watch Red too, because never mind. Okay, guys, we're about to take the US. Oh, we're in such a good position. The second we take the US, though, we become a target for everyone, including Pink. Pink only has 20 troops left, though. I have 47. I'm the table lead at this point. I love that Pink is just destroying themselves fighting this robot. Pink does have a cash in. And that moving into my territory is really dangerous. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and take the US. I think I take it like so. And I think I take this like so. And then I think I fortify it like so. Now I'm a target. I'm at 57 troops. We're almost at closing time. Yellow can break me if they have a cash in for their card, and they can break through that too. That 2 of Pinks is actually protecting me from Yellow, which I appreciate. Yellow can also take more action and get more in the fight. Red is going to have a card cash in where they might be able to break through and break me as well. I don't think they do, though. I think we're pretty close to game over. The other problem is Pink might hit me. Pink will be in a better position, but I think Yellow takes that out of play. Yellow might break that 2 and then maybe move their 34 up because they're seeing the imminent destruction that is pending. And right now it's just about playing slow and patient and not being reactionary. But we're almost to the point of a secure win. Almost. And now that I hold these 2 territories, I can kind of play it nice, slow, and easy. There it is. Orange it will probably break my 12. No, orange still has a vendetta against yellow. That's good news for me. Do they still break my 11? No. All right, orange, we're homies. Good job. Well done. All right, we're in pretty solid shape here. It's just about playing slow and smart at this point. So I think the next turn, I think I eat. Well, we'll see. I love that they did most of the work for me. Unless she has a card cash in, I'm going to eat pink this next turn. Fingers crossed there's no card cash in, because this is where this could get real dangerous. She has a card cash in. That's where this is going to get real dangerous. Because pink's in suicide territory now. Oh, she's still mad at the robot. I love it. Keep fighting that robot. Can we eat pink? Pink's got 20. Can we eat pink? Should we let pink survive? I kind of like pink as a player. I don't get any cards from killing pink. You know what? Let's let pink stick around. I have to hit pink, though. Okay, so we're going to do, see, like 15 here, 15 here. Let's do like 5 here. Let's do like 23 here, and let's move out to here. Should I stick around? I think I'll let pink kind of chill and continue to fight red. Now, there is still a chance that yellow breaks through all that stuff, takes all those card hits so they can break me, but I don't see them doing that. It's just too costly. Red could also fortify, add to their 11 and break my 15, but I think that's going to be problematic. Maybe this is where yellow just goes AWOL and eats all of orange, or just breaks my 22. But that would cost them so much. They're kind of screwed. Are they going to go for my 15 instead because that's an easier shot? Either way, they're going to lose Australia. They're going to eat pink for 1 card. I don't think they know what they're doing. They're moving real slow, too. Oh, they're going to run out. They're going to run out of time, not even be able to fortify Australia. Oh. Oh, yellow. Oh, I'm sorry. Yellow's dead. I think orange, just for the hell of it, is going to take Australia just to mess with yellow because they've been at it back and forth. Oh, I love this. Who has the most cards? Yellow's the biggest threat right now. Orange has 3 cards, though. That's pretty good. 21 can't break through. 25 can't break through. 27. How did it get to 27? That's insane. You know what? There's a chance red. Okay, never mind. I was going to say there's a chance red breaks my thing. Okay, now they're just making it easy. Okay, guys. Wow. This robot's like my best friend. Okay. It's go time, guys. It's go time. First thing we're gonna go for. Oh wait, never mind. There's still a turn. Poor Pink. Does Pink suicide me finally, or do they just hit? What does Pink do in this situation where you have you have 6 troops? You're not going to win this battle. No, they take it out on the robot. I love it. Make it easy for me. Okay. I think we're going to go for... Okay. We're going to take those 2 cards from Pink. Okay, we're going to do this tactfully. You know what? I want to put it all here. Okay. Okay, that's 2 cards. Cool. I like that. Now we're going to move here. Oh, come on. Can't have false moves here. Okay. Take those. I just hope I don't run out of time. Cool. And we win this game. We'll just say good game. There's no way they win with the 12. So let's just let them go buck wild and do whatever they want. 51 to 15. Have fun, yellow. Okay, I finally feel it. I feel like I played this game very much like a master, which makes me feel better about the last few games. Now, yellow is doing a classic strategy, which is they know they're screwed. They're just going to wait out and make the end of the game take forever. I'm going to take a little screen cap of this for my thumbnail because I feel proud of this moment. There's definitely a fun end strategy here. It was kind of a weird game, though. I'd be curious to see the ranking of everybody because everybody was playing pretty weird. I don't think these are high-level players. Yellow was playing okay, though. They can't... I mean, they took like 10 years to make their move, so they're done. Okay. Game over. Let's do this. Goodbye. 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 Whew. That was fun. Are those all novices and beginners? Let's see. That's my guess. From that battle points earned, I'm guessing. Yeah, novice, beginner, and Pink was an expert. So none of them were masters, but good game nonetheless. I got some battle points. I got a little bit of my pride back from my early bad game. And I will see you guys. That's going to be it. I'm going to go to bed and go to work tomorrow. So anyhow, I hope you enjoyed the content. If you do enjoy the content, make sure you've hit like, subscribe, hit the bell so you get notifications when we're about to go live. We're going to do all kinds of cool stuff on this channel. A lot of it's going to be mostly art related. I'm definitely going to continue playing Risk games. And then aside from that, watching debate content and kind of critiquing and talking about it, and maybe just getting amusement out of it while working on art will also be an element of this channel. So hopefully you guys enjoy that. And again, thanks to everybody who showed up in the chats. It's been a fun, long stream, and I really appreciate it. I appreciate all you guys and your support. And if you haven't yet, obviously pick up Jacob's Apartment and Two Stories, my 2 books. And keep an eye on Not Death But Love as it's being made. It's kind of a fun thing to be able to see behind the curtain. All right, have a good night, guys, or I should say morning. And I'll see you probably later today.